Alrighty, we are getting started early today. I'm literally just sitting here waiting for time to pass. I'm just gonna get started because I would like to. It's gonna be a longer stream than normal. The GOAT, good to see you. Good afternoon to you, Garden State. Good to see you guys. Getting started a lot earlier than usual, right? I usually get started around 6. We're starting at 4. Anybody else not sleeping? Anybody else absolutely not sleeping at all? Even when I do sleep, I don't sleep. Anybody else out there? Yeah, starting early today, Austin. Good to see you. I literally spent this entire week just like not sleeping. And it's like Austin writes, I'm going to be listening while at work still. Yeah, might as well do something worthwhile. Garden State with a $5 donation, technically $4.99. Thank you, Garden State. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it, my man. That's very kind of you. I never expect people to actually donate, but when they do, it makes me feel like, I don't know, valued, which is... I try not to base my value on money, but I mean, it's hard not to in this ridiculous society that is collapsing around our ears. Thank you, Garden State. I appreciate it. I know you worked hard for it, and it means something to me. Just this entire week, it's been like the air has been screaming, you know? It's just been like there's been this persistent whine in the air, and it's inescapable. I can't get away from it. I can't do anything about it. You know, you try to distract yourself by reading or writing, playing video games, watching something, and it's just like this looming, ever-present... I don't know how else to describe it. It's just this static, just this electricity that is just running between my ears, and nothing I can do seems to relieve it. And it's oppressive and it's suppressive. Eggs, good to see you, my man. Yeah, getting started early today. Like, I've always somewhat believed that doing this live stream, good to see you, Kevin, that doing this live stream is helpful for me. Just on a personal level. It just helps me with my own mental health. And it helps me deal with what's going on. And I think if that's true, man, imagine how bad it would be if I wasn't doing it. I mean, the truth is that I'm doing... thank you for asking, or thank you for saying so, XD. XD writes, I hope you're doing well. And I'm fine. You know, I'm fine. Like, nothing's changed for me. Like, in fact, I'd say things are bumping along in my life exactly as I planned. Maybe even a little bit better, honestly. Just like on a personal level. Right, I'm getting a little bit more time off. I'm getting my ducks in a row. Like, I've got my beekeeping equipment. I'm kind of just in like a stasis period right now of just kind of holding my breath and waiting for the new year to kind of kick in, to get over this winter, right? Start getting into spring. Anemone, a pleasure to see you. Good to see you. You know, new projects, new ideas, new thoughts, new economy, new society, new everything, you know? And it's impossible for me to not, like, that looming sensation, that knowledge of danger in the distance. It's coming closer every day. It's coming closer every day. Just one more step and one more step and one more step. It's just looming closer and closer and closer. John, good to see you. We have a fellow over on Twitch by the name of Hiking Blue Jay. You guys seen the 20-foot UFO? We don't care about UFOs here. I assume they're either nonsense or just military exercises. I don't at all buy into the idea that there are aliens or any of that kind of stuff. Like, if there is an interplanar or interdimensional species, the very last thing they would do is introduce themselves to us. They don't need anything from us. We are at best an oddity and a curiosity. We are extremely dangerous. We've proven it over and over and over again. They would not be interested in us, and that's the reason why, if our government is trying to play the UFO card and the alien card, I'm like, no, I just don't believe you. Like, I'm just no. Like, I won't believe that there are aliens landed on our planet or introducing themselves to us until I see one with my own two eyes and I'm standing in the room with it. Like, that's my level. I will not be convinced with their AI generated videos. I will not be convinced with their wag the dog bullshit. I will not be convinced with anything they say, anything they present, anything. Right? Literally zero. Literally zero. No, and I don't care. Like, I don't care. Right? But Delta Force unit and 100 military whistleblowers came out. I don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, I genuinely do not care. I assume they're lying. I assume they're doing it to distract from the multiple failures that that they're running into, right? Oh, right at the moment where artificial intelligence is capable of producing lifelike videos, that's when the aliens show up. Come on. Like, come on, man. Like, come on. There just comes a point where you got to be like, how fucking gullible are we, do you think? How fucking gullible do you think? Like, no, until I shake one's hand, until there's an alien in front of me and I shake its hand, or his hand, or her hand, or however we're going to call it, their hand, right? Until the hand is in my hand, it's bullshit, and I don't buy it for a second. No, this hiking blue jay guy's doing everything he can to, like, dive into, like, conspiracy theory in a big way. Don't talk about Elon Musk doing a Nazi salute. Don't talk about the collapsing economy. Don't talk about the destruction of AI. Don't talk about real things that are actually genuinely real. Don't have a serious and real conversation about real things that are really happening. Mummies in Peru. The aliens. Like, nah. It's just it ain't it, bud. It's not it. Not an interesting topic. The only thing interesting about the topic is talking about how ridiculous the topic is. Like, yeah. And the goat's nailing it here. Too many people be like, climate change? Nah. Aliens? Definitely. It's like, those brown people in Egypt couldn't have built those pyramids. It must have been aliens. We white people can accept that there's an intergalactic species that might have superiority over us. But brown people? From the past? Nah! Garden State writes, aren't majority of UFO sightings reported in North America anyway? It feels like a giant distraction. Yeah. Look, they don't have any cards left to play, right? They've run out of cards. They got nothing. Like, they can't really even play the boogeyman cards anymore. They don't have any legitimate military threats that they can actually fight, right? They can't fight the Chinese. They can't fight the Russians. And so using them as like this bogeyman doesn't really work, right? And nobody will take seriously, like, who's a threat out in the world, like Maduro, like who's the big boogeyman, right? And so they're just out of road, you know. And that's what they've always done, is they've always pointed at some foreign leader, some dictator, right? Somebody like this, right? It's just like nobody. It's always the same story, right? It's always like a foreigner that we need to point at to organize ourselves and find unity against them, right? It's this boogeyman strategy. Snarky Marks, good to see you, by the by. Wix, good to see you, my man. Yeah. Come in peace. They would not be impressed. No, they would not be impressed at all. Like, imagine, like, actually looking at Earth from, like, an intergalactic perspective and being like, who's their leaders? What's going on? Like, maybe they'll talk to Xi Jinping. Like, that's something that's slightly believable. They'd actually talk to, like, a reasonable leader who's actually got some sense in his brain. Garden State writes, American obsession with entertainment and sci-fi mirrors the fall of the Roman Empire. It's coming. Yeah. Yeah. And Starkey Marks, I think, is hitting on something. People want aliens to be real to absolve human responsibilities. Yeah, I think that's a part of it too. Right? Like, it's sort of like it's not too much different than a fundamentalist Christian being like, Jesus Christ is coming back. Don't worry about any of this stuff, guys. Jesus Christ is coming back, and then he'll set everything right. It's the same sort of thing with the it's the same sort of thing with the aliens, right? The aliens will come back. We're fine, everybody. We don't need to actually do anything. We don't actually need to face the consequences of our actions, right? The aliens are coming. Okay, buddy boy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's say hi to the people. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello, Mr. Milo. I know you don't like this at all, but you're so cute. A fellow called Double Cheeseburger Deluxe comes in. First time comment. Burgers from Canada were always better than burgers from America anyway. Right on theme, bud. I appreciate it, man. Just burger related comments coming out of a guy named Double Cheeseburger Deluxe. You got it. I mean, you did it. You did the thing. June writes South African Pol Pot, I believe in reference to Elon Musk. That's a pretty sick burn on Pol Pot, if you ask me. Scrail, good to see you. Hope you're doing well out there. The Goat writes, you mean to tell me the aliens wouldn't be impressed by a scam artist, corporate welfare queen rapist with bad hair and a worse spray tan? Yeah, I mean, like, if I'm an alien species, right, the only reason I'm speaking to humanity is because humanity is, like, on that threshold of intergalactic space travel, and the aliens want to be like, sup, bro, there's some shit going on up here, and if you're gonna be a part of it, you got to know about it. I don't think we're there. Like, I like, maybe we are, who knows? Like, the Chinese keep turning on a sun, right? They keep turning on a fusion reactor. And they keep, the fusion reactor keeps, like, on for longer and longer periods of time. Last time I checked, it was like 1,600 seconds. And they just keep getting closer and closer. Like, eventually they're going to turn this thing on and it's just going to go boom. It's just going to stay on. And we're just going to have, like, this artificial sun just producing infinite energy coming out of China. And China's just going to be like, yeah, we have infinite energy forever. And America's going to be like, no, our profit margins. Because that's how the entire American empire works. It's like, would you like to have infinite energy forever for every single person from now until the end of human civilization and time itself? Or $2 from every person? I'll take $2 from every person, thank you. Make sure you burn those corpses. Hull right, heard of China AI DeepSeek best in the market. It only costs $5.5 million while the US is investing $500 billion for their own. Absolute joke, quite literally stealing public funds. Yeah, that's the look. We are looking at clear as day evidence for why capitalism is a abject failure, right? Why it does not work. Why it does not work. And it doesn't work for the very simple, very clear reason that capitalists are parasites. Like, the guys that released DeepSeek in China were just like literally some bros who were just like, oh yeah, we can make this. Let's make it and just release it. And we did. Right? They're not tied up in a scam. They're not tied up in this like idea of like, oh, we need to lengthen this process out for as long as possible to siphon as much money out of the process. We need to hype it and hype it and hype it and hype it. Right? And these guys are just like, oh yeah, we could just do this and make, yeah, that's fine. And it was just, and then, yeah, there it is. Here, have it. Right? Like, just boom. Boom. Hiking Blue Jay writes, U.S. has personal nuclear reactors now. Came out last week. Is that true? That's the kind of thing that I feel like I would read on like some like 4chan board. But if you actually followed it, you'd be like, they've begun the process of development. U.S. personal nuclear reactors. Like, I feel like that would be like, U.S. tech company has announced the launch, a smaller version. Yeah, like personal nuclear reactors. So like Elon Musk can have it. Nukes on trucks for military power. Micro reactors. Yeah, that's a good idea. Micro reactors are 100 to 1,000 times smaller than conventional nuclear reactors. Certifies first U.S. small modular reactor design. The tiny, simple nuclear reactor that could change energy. Yeah, that's a good idea. This is definitely a smart thing that we should 100% be doing. Like, hey guys, let's take a semi-truck, put a nuclear reactor on it, okay? And then drive it around on American highways. Let's get this thing over American bridges, right? Let's have this driving around. Let's put it on a train and have it go on American train tracks so it can derail in fucking East Palestine. Oh, I'm loving this Hiking Blue Jay guy. We should start taking bets on how long until this guy gets himself banned. Like, we don't really tolerate conspiracy shit for too long. And the UFO stuff is like high level conspiracy shit. Like, it's just straight up like, the United States government said so. So it's true. It's what it is. The United States government said so, though. They said it. Okay. Yeah, all right. Hiking Blue Jay. Okay. You were in the Army for 15 years, not here to throw anything. Fantastic. Well, you seem like a nice enough fella. I'm just letting you know, Hiking Blue Jay, okay? I've been doing this a long time, and I would say like 99 out of 100 times when people come in with UFO stuff, it's not a far walk, man. It isn't. It's not a far walk. Like, it's not too much longer until we're into like racial purity science and like all kinds of like high level Nazi shit. Like, it's so we're used to it. Okay? I'm not saying that you're going to do that. I'm just saying, like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I ain't gonna get fooled again. No, Hiking Blue Jay, I'm not gonna go over it again. I'm gonna say this one last time, okay? Until an alien's hand is in my hand, I don't believe a word of it. I don't care. Like, I consider it to be total nonsense. And nope, I'm going to spend exactly 0% of my stream time on it. Like, it is so very obviously the United States empire attempting to distract people away from their crimes, from the overt, massive, enormous crimes of the empire. Like, Blue Jay, I don't care. Stop cluttering my chat. You're taking that long walk off that short pier, my man. Like, we've got, like, what do you think is more likely, my man? Like, really? Like, what do you think? Yeah, here you go. Like, Navajo people are being rounded up by ICE. We've got AI investors saying that the goal is to crash human wages. Right? We literally have Elon Musk doing Nazi salutes. We've got a whole bunch of crazy shit. Right? Trump says he wants to clean out Gaza. And, like, you're in here as a military man trying to get us to go down a rabbit hole of aliens. Like, what do you think that looks like to us? What do you think that perspective? Like, what do you think that? What do you think that? No, I know you want us to talk about it, and I'm telling you that makes you suspicious to us. That makes us look at you and go, why does this guy not want us to be talking about the Nazi who's in power? Like, I'm sure that the videos will be very convincing. Like, I'm sure that the AI generated slop that's going to come out is going to be very convincing. It hasn't taken hold. And you know why it hasn't taken hold in the consciousness of the public? Because everybody knows that it's bullshit. Like, everybody knows. It's just so convenient, dude. Right? It's just such convenient timing. That the moment AI-generated videos are capable of being created, suddenly we've got all this AI shit, or all this alien shit. It's just a little convenient and a little obvious, frankly, that the moment when there are mass deportations happening, the moment when there's all of this, like, Nazism happening, the moment, right? The moment all of this is happening, all of a sudden now there's aliens. Like, boof. Omnicidal tendency. JFK, I totally believe those conspiracies that the dude was trying to play nice with the Soviet Union, trying to screw over the CIA. His brother RFK tried screwing over unions. Wick, did you get the new camera? I have not got the new camera yet, my man. But the stream's looking great. That's because I'm looking great, bud. And you make me look great, Wix. I am going to get that camera. I swear to God. I tried to buy it once, and then Amazon causes me problems. And now I'm thinking I don't want to go and get something from Amazon. So it's just... And I'm experiencing psychic damage, right? I'm just constantly experiencing psychic damage. And this conversation is making me experience psychic damage. Like, Jeff, good to see you. Hey, Hiking, I think it's USA Tech Project Bluebeam creating an alien invasion to control the masses. Yeah, I mean, like, it's create a foreign threat. Like, Alan Moore calls it, right? Alan Moore calls it, right? How does Earth unify and stay in control under capitalist power, right? They manufacture an alien invasion, right? That's what unifies Earth. That's what keeps Earth under control. That's how Ozymandias, right, the venture capitalist, stays in positions of power while justifying while justifying to himself, right, the mass murder of millions of people. Right, we'll all be unified together. Like, yeah, like hiking, man. Like, what if angels are UFOs? Like, bro, time to put your feet on the ground. Like, time to get your feet on the ground, my man. Like, stop looking up and start looking around. Right? Like, geez Louise, dude. I saw a painting of a temple in Tibet, and it's crazy. Like, yeah, spiritual imagery is a long time. I don't know, dude. Yeah, like anything to get us to stop talking about it, eh? Like anything to get us to stop talking about like what's actually going on. Like, so you were part of the military for 15 years, right? Army, intelligence. What'd you do in the army? Like, yeah. Why are we still talking about this? Because this is going to be a long stream, Martin. Good to see you, by the way. This is going to be a long stream. So I don't know. Something to do, right? My official launch time is 6, right? It's only 4:30 right now, here where I'm at. He's a good servant of capital. Yeah. Chaplain assistant. Oh, very good. Chaplain assistant. So you're open to a lot of stuff. Omnicidal. Army intelligence is a fucking redundant statement as a military occupation. Yep. I know people who study a lot of religion, right? Like there's uh, uh I actually really love discussing theology. It's like one of my favorite subjects to discuss. And I sort of infuriate other theists and atheists generally because like I don't think magic is real, but I do think that the concept of God is real, right? Like Jesus wasn't a wizard; he didn't do magic, right? That obviously these are stories that are being told uh, uh, with magic in them in order to get the listener into the state of meta contemplation, which is sort of the point. That's why you tell stories with magic in them, is to put a person in a kind of, not trance, that's not accurate, but definitely get them into a state of contemplating things beyond their own perceptions, to create a meta reality, to get people to imagine, to enter the abstract space, to enter the imagination space, right? And we love it. We love to do it. The trouble is that most modern theists and most modern people have mistaken the stories for reality, right? Have mistaken, like, there literally was a literal wizard named Literal Jesus who literally did magic, literally. And it's just, like, embarrassing. Like, it's not a subject that can be taken seriously. And yet there are millions of people that buy into this and are just, like, spreading all these cults around wherever they go. And it makes it tough to have a genuine, actual, existential, spiritual conversation, right? It makes it tough because we're so open and susceptible to this. Hall says magic equals magia equals magistrate. It's just basic etymology. Why make it fantastical? Anemone. Okay, can we talk about world events now? Yeah. The alien visitation question is a good IQ test. I mean, I thought that this is a very profound. Do I have that video? Oh, I didn't actually load the video. I could find it if I wanted. It's in the Discord. These pictures here I find to be quite profound. That in the face of Donald Trump saying he wants to clean out Gaza, move Palestinians to Jordan, the Palestinians are returning home. The Palestinians are returning home. To me, this is a very profound sort of thing that sort of speaks to how people are tied to their home and their land, who they are as a people. Like, Gaza is in ruins. It's utter rubble. It's just been totally destroyed. And yet the people return. And they return because it's theirs. And that's where they were born, and that's where they live. Just get out of here, dude. It's just tedious. It's just tedious. Yeah. Hiking, I'm gonna let you in on a secret, okay? If you're still listening. Okay? If you open up the conversation with Looney Tunes crazy batshit stuff, nobody's interested in your perspective. Like, nobody cares what you think about China. Nobody. Right? Except the other Looney Tunes that you talk to. But put your feet on the ground, my man. Get your head out of your ass, get your head out of the clouds, put your feet on the ground, start paying attention to reality. Right? Like, learn your neighbors' names. Like, just nonsense. Just a spewing of garbage. Uninteresting, batshit crazy nonsense. Like, how do we come back from a genocide? How does the West recover from bearing this sin, from bearing this mark, from bearing this absolute stain? Like, and the truth is that we can't. That's the real truth. Is that the entire rest of the world is doing everything they can to isolate us and to split from us and to erect new institutions and to get away from us. And they're completely right to do so. They're completely right to do so. Like, what we have done, not just in the Middle East, but to the Palestinians, to the Libyans, across the world, it's fucking unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable. And we deserve everything we're going to get. Like, the United States military is producing people who are coming in here talking about aliens and shit. It's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. It's just little kid garbage. Coming in here losing their mind about fucking, like, the aliens, you gotta look it up. Telepathy. Like, food prices have doubled. Shut up. Like, these people are not grown-ups. We're being led by child men. And those child men are training other child men. We just had a 54-year-old former army, like, assistant chaplain who's a baby in here, babbling like a lunatic. These are your leaders. These are the people who are in charge of America. the rest of the world should put us in a corner and tell us to fuck off. For sure. Just cringy dumbasses. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. And it's just going to get stupider, too, right? Like, as the system of capital continues to reward the most insipid, the most vapid, the stupidest people in the society, then that's where all of the energy is going to go, right? That the most inconsequential, irrelevant, lunatic morons are the ones that ascend, right? You just got to do what you're told. Don't pay attention to your neighborhoods. Don't give a shit about the people who live around you. Keep directing everybody's energy away from the actual issues that are actually going on around them actually. Like, I can't think of a better illustration of how pathetic our leadership is than what just happened in my chat right now. Just this hiking Blue Jay loser army guy coming in here, shitting all over the place, taking up as much space as he can to talk about a subject I'm telling him I don't want to talk about. Like, fuck off. Embarrassing. And like and the final turn of the corner. The final turn of the corner. Like the thing that finally is just like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You're going to stand in front of me and you're going to start the conversation with aliens and all this conspiracy bullshit. And then you're going to try to be taken seriously with anti-Chinese rhetoric. Fuck you. Just embarrassing, childish nonsense. Just something a dumbass would do. You're too stupid to talk to. Like, that's the bottom line. I don't care about your opinions on China. I don't care about your opinions on global politics. I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because the aliens are real. The aliens are coming back. Yeah, there's aliens and they're coming back, Java. But you know, the Chinese, we gotta watch out for the Chinese. Yeah, right. Jesus Christ, dude. Just fucking embarrassing. Liberty Twitcher. Oh, buddy. Sweet summer child. The deportations are people who came in illegally, and most of the deportations are of criminal people who sneaked in. They're rounding up First Nations people, right? Like, they're rounding up Native Americans. They're rounding up people who literally were always born here. Always. Like, this myth, this fairy tale that you're telling yourself in order to justify what's going on to yourself. No. Hard pass. Like, yeah, every single one of those guys is a criminal. Absolutely, every single one. That's what's actually going on. It's just like the same shit the Nazis would have said about the Jews. Right? Omnicidal. I doubt the West can be segregated. The third world doesn't have the economic or material means to. I mean, with the rise of BRICS, with the rise of trading partners around the world, right? And incidentally, America is withdrawing from international institutions. Like, it's not just that the rest of the world is isolating America, it's that America is simultaneously isolating itself. It's steadily withdrawing from the rest of the world. And I mean, it has to. right? It's just its own internal economy is collapsing downward. Yeah. Kevin writes ICE is the American Gestapo. Yeah. Apparently in Newark, New Jersey, ICE is just rounding up people that aren't white, sorting them out later. Yeah. And eventually they'll have like compounds filled with these people, and they'll just be looking at each other being like, what do we do with all these useless eaters? Right? And they'll come up with a final solution. Right? Like that's how this goes. We've seen it over and over again. Like if you're watching a tango, you know there's a dip. You don't know when it's coming, but if it's a tango, there's a dip. The GOAT writes, Medicaid payment portals down in all 50 states after Trump's federal funding freeze. Yeah. This is kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like we're looking at like economic ruination, self-inflicted. Like they're doing payment freezes for God's sakes. Like they're all of this ICE deportation stuff is extraordinarily disruptive to the economy, right? By its very definition. Tim Philosophy over on Twitch asks the big question. What do you think is causing the decline of Western civilization? That's an enormous question. If I to answer it as succinctly as I possibly can, I think that America and Americans, along with much of the West, so Europe, Canada, has bought in to a religious ideology that essentially boils down to money worship. Greed, as Anemone puts it, right? The decline is due to greed. But I just feel like just saying greed doesn't really capture the wholeness of it. That it's a religious ideology that is centered around the mass accumulation of personal wealth that completely forgets the purpose of what wealth is for. And they've lost the thread of like what money is. Like we're literally looking at a culture that is giving away the means of production. And the means of production is like the center of power of any nation or society. The ability to produce things for oneself or for one's nation or one's country or one's county or whatever. Like that's the center of true power. It doesn't matter how many little scraps of paper you have if you have the ability to produce things. And the Americans, over the last 50 years, have literally given all of it away. It deindustrialized itself in exchange for access to a currency that they themselves are responsible for printing and maintaining. Like it's a religious ideology. And they were even giving the means of production away to countries whose motto was seize the means of production. Like the Chinese communists, like if you read the Communist Manifesto, if you read Das Kapital, right, it's about gaining control of the means of production, and the Americans gave it to the Chinese. So it's this pursuit of what you might understand as the profit motive. It's this manic pursuit of money and wealth, sacrificing everything. Like we can poison the air, poison the water, poison the food, poison the land, destroy societies, destroy communities, assassinate leaders, drop nuclear bombs, round people up, deport them, as long as it makes one guy a little bit richer, it's all worth it. It's this manic religious ideology called capitalism, right? There's two capitalisms. There's the capitalism of Marxism and of economics, where it's understood in scientific ways. And then there's the capitalism of capitalists, which is a religious ideology that is failing and is collapsing downward. And it's failing now. It's failing in just astoundingly massive ways, right? Like now it's failing in ways that are just stunning to watch. Like the come on now. Yeah. Ugh. Tiny little picture. Like over $1.41 trillion was wiped out from the US stock market today. It's about as much as student debt relief. Like if we were to eliminate all student debt in America, it's about the same. And what do we get for it? Right? What do we actually gain? What improvement happened? What quality of life improvement occurred? How has life gotten any better for anybody because of all of this? Right? And in fact, the people who are leading the charge, the people who are at the top of all of this, are explicitly outright saying out loud in front of your face, as boldly as they possibly can, that the goal is to make your life harder. The goal is to crash human wages. That's a quote. We literally have people like Jamie Dimon, banking billionaire, tells people to get over it if Trump tariffs cause prices to spike. He said that, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? Oh, my bad, 5 days ago. Less than a week ago. One of the richest men in America said that people just need to get over it if they can't feed their children. Like this is a religious ideology. And nothing else. Because there's no like scientific pursuit of anything. Right? There's no interest in tangible reality any longer. That it is all just about managing the populace at this point. It's just about managing people and putting them in positions so that the decline happens with the billionaire class intact. And that's the goal. Which is why they're all coalescing under Trump. Right? Because Trump is willing to do what needs to be done in order to protect them. Which is the point now. Right? Like the point moving forward is to ensure that the billionaire class is protected and to eliminate any threat that might actually come for the billionaire class. And at this point, the only threat that could come for the billionaire class would be a mass public uprising. Which, if you ask me, is part of the reason why these ICE roundups are happening. Right? Like, what's more disruptive to a populace than simply just kidnapping people? I've talked to people who have said outright, like, they know people who have had to leave. They know people who are so scared that they're quitting their jobs and they're moving. Right? I'm hearing these stories, and they're not from they're not from tertiary sources. And so this is all very disruptive and destructive. But it doesn't matter if the price of your food triples to them or quadruples. They don't care about that. It doesn't matter to them. What matters to them is that they get to maintain their position of power. That's what matters to them. And part of the kind of sad, unfortunate truth of the American consciousness is that the American consciousness is naive. It's charmingly naive. There's this sense within the American public that there's a bottom. That, okay, sure they're going to steal, sure there's corruption, sure there are things that you can point to, but surely, certainly there must be a bottom. There must be a moment when they say, okay, we can turn the crank, but we can't turn it deeper than this. And they're going to learn the hard way. They're going to learn the hard way. There's no bottom. Like the same people that destroyed Libya, Iraq, Syria, that committed a genocide against the Palestinians, the same people that did that are the same people who are governing you. And the moment it becomes advantageous for them to commit a genocide against you, they're going to do it. June writes, isn't it a bit early for you to be streaming? Yeah, I was just sitting here, kind of watching the clock tick, so I thought I'll just do it. Start early. We've already had to ban somebody, so it's a good start. I am going to quickly go use the washroom, right on the hour, so please stick around. I shall return momentarily. Always a good opportunity to remind people to like and share and subscribe. Hit those bells, hit those whistles. Tell people I exist. Lord knows, no one is ever going to, no one on inside the capitalist death cult is going to actually spread this around, right? So it's always a miracle to me when people actually come in here and say, like, oh yeah, your channel was actually recommended. It's like, if you say so, champ. It's like the most unbelievable. Yeah, join the Patreon, gain access to the Discord, right? Join the conversation. The Discord has essentially turned into a solidarity group. That's really what it's for. It's for us to be to have a safe space with one another, to be able to really talk about the trauma of all of this. And that's kind of steadily what this channel is turning into, and what it has turned into, is that this is all very traumatic. It's very traumatizing. And nobody seems to want to actually discuss it in those terms. That everything is either very just like, this is what happened. These are the facts of what's going on. Right? Or they're just goofy. There's a lot of like, well, can you believe it? Well, yeah, bro. A lot of that. Right? I just can't tolerate it. Like, this is going to be a mass trauma for everyone. We are experiencing a mass trauma. And it's going to take people their entire lifetimes. People are going to spend their entire lifetimes going through this trauma. And so I insist that we get started as soon as possible. Like, we're never going to get over it. Like, it is like losing a loved one. It is like losing your wife, your husband, your son, your daughter. It is like that. And you live in a society that wants you to suffer in silence. They don't want you to acknowledge the trauma. They want you to believe that you are weak for feeling grief. They want you to get over it. And I am here to tell you, we will not. I will not get over it. I will not let it go. These people are Nazis. And you should say that to yourself, and you should understand what that means and act accordingly in a society that is in denial. Like, people are still trying to pretend like Elon Musk's Nazi salute was genuinely him just being like, my heart goes out to you. Like, that's actually a thing that people are actually saying. I heard somebody refer to it as salute trutherism. Just this extremely despicable bullshit. Like, we're supposed to not see, like, we're supposed to not agree with our eyes. Marcus writes, pleasant surprise seeing in a stream this early. Yeah, I was just sitting here, bud, and I thought to myself, you know what? Let's just pull this trigger. Let's just light this candle. Let's just get it done. Jefferson writes, I believe what you... Sorry, mate. I believe what you on the U.S. are going to feel is similar to what I felt in Brazil during COVID, when Bolsonaro basically said, fuck all, and left us to fend for ourselves, and then almost 1 million died. Yeah, but it's going to be way worse. Like, Bolsonaro wasn't actively rounding people up and deporting them. You know? Like, they're going to lose control of this situation. Like, these guys are clowns. They're not competent. Like, they're moving forward with these ideas, and they're going to lose control of it. And then very dumb people are going to have to make a series of very quick decisions. Marcus, yeah, we were supposed to not see, haha, but I'm tis. Yes, well done. You know what's funny, Marcus, is that when I said Nazi, I thought to myself, there's a pun there, but I didn't want to go for it. I'm definitely underslept. I'm feeling very tired. So bless you. Bless you, Marcus, for going for it. The Goat writes, the same people who try to defend Elon's Nazi salute by saying it's autism were making fun of Tim Wall's autistic son at the DNC. Yeah. And I'm sorry. Like, you're basically just, like, using autistic people as a shield now. Like, that's what we're doing. We're supposed to all just be like, oh yeah, you know those autistic people not capable of knowing the difference between right and wrong, not capable of knowing the difference between a Nazi salute or not. Like, it's as naked as it gets. Here's the hard reality about that whole situation, okay? Let's say it was a mistake. Let's say he genuinely stood up in front of the nation at Trump's inauguration and was like, my heart goes out to you, and then oopsie-doo. It was a Nazi salute, oopsie-doo, twice. Oopsie-doo. Right, twice. Remember, he did it twice. Now, if it's an oopsie-doo, and a bunch of people are like, that's a Nazi salute, the wise thing to do would be to say, oh, dearest me, oh, dearie me, goodness, gracious, oh, goodness. I did not mean for that gesture to imply that. I have made a mistake, and I certainly hope that no one in the world would think that what I was doing was in any way attempting to endorse anything like that. Goodness me, no, gracious. Instead, he did a whole bunch of Nazi puns, made a whole bunch of excuses about it and jokes about it, and then, and here's the real, like, screw, guys. Here's the real, like, tightening in, like the nail in the coffin. Like, if you are still going along with the narrative that it was an accident, you are a Nazi sympathizer at best. Because he then goes and speaks at an AfD rally in Germany, a Nazi party that he actually funds. Like, what do you need? Like, what do you need? No, Long Defiant writes, if Musk clarified he would lose his core supporters, they'd see it as weak. It's not even that. It's that they are Nazis. Like, it's not about weakness. It's literally that's their whole thing. I've got this really great letter. I'd like to read it. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. This is from Philip Lowe, a longtime friend and peer of Elon Musk. He's posting an open letter. I have known Elon Musk at a deep level for 14 years, well before he was a household name. We used to text frequently. He would come to my birthday party and invite me to his parties. He would tell me everything about his women problems. As sons of highly accomplished men who married Venuses, were violent and lost their fortunes, and who were bullied in high school, we had a number of things in common most people cannot relate to. We would hang out together late in Los Angeles. He would visit my San Diego lab. He invested in my company. Elon is not a Nazi, per se. He is something much better, or much worse, depending on how you look at it. Nazis believe that an entire race was above everyone else. Elon believes he is above everyone else. He used to think he worked on the most important problems. When I met him, he did not presume to be a technical person. He would be the first to say that he lacked the expertise to understand certain data. That happened later. Now he acts as if he has all the solutions. All his talk about getting to Mars is to maintain the light of consciousness, or about free speech absolutum, is absolute BS. Elon knowingly feeds people to manipulate them. Everything Elon does is about acquiring and consolidating power. That is why he likes far-right parties, because they are easier to control. That is also why he gave himself $56 billion, which could have gone to the people actually doing the work and innovations he is taking credit for at Tesla. The reason he does not do patents is because he would not be listed as an inventor, as putting a fake inventor on a patent would kill it, and moreover, it would reveal the superstars behind the work. His lust for power is also why he did XAI and Neuralink, to attempt to compete with OpenAI and Neurovigil, respectively, despite being affiliated with them. Unlike Tesla and Twitter, he was unable to conquer those companies and tried to create rivals. I fired him with cause in December 2021 when he tried to undermine NV. Elon did 2 Nazi salutes. He did them for 5 main reasons. Number 1, he was concerned that the Nazi wing of the MAGA movement under the influence of Steve Bannon would drive him away from Trump, somewhere in the Eisenhower Executive Office building, rather than in the West Wing, which is where he wants to be. He was already feeling raw over the fact that Trump did not follow his recommendation for Treasury Secretary, and the Senate also did not pick his first choice. Wix with another donation, $13.99, my man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Wix. I gotta get that camera, dude. I'm just being so lazy on it. Number 2, he was upset that he had to go to Israel and Auschwitz to make up for agreeing with a Nazi sympathizer online and wanted to reclaim his power. Just like when he told advertisers to go fuck yourself. This has nothing to do with Asperger's. Number 3, there are some Jews he actually hates. Sam Altman is amongst them. But he's not a Nazi, per se. Number 4, he enjoys a good thrill and knew exactly what he was doing. Number 5, his narcissistic self was hoping the audience would reflect his abject gesture back to him, thereby showing complete control and domination over it, and increasing his leverage over Trump. That did not happen. Bottom line, Elon is not a Nazi, per se, but he did give 2 Nazi salutes, which is completely unacceptable. I feel like this guy is treading into Nazi apologism, right? Like, my good friend Elon Musk, not a Nazi. He just does all the things Nazis do. NB, for the few whining about my post, sans connaissance with the cause and either trembling about my having shattered their illusions about their cult leader or thinking I am defending Elon. 1, my point is that he is a transactional rather than ideological. 2, that being said, I'm not defending him or his actions, just explaining them and confirming that he did, in fact, do 2 Nazi salutes. If anyone had doubts or believed the doctored footage of Taylor Swift doing the same thing, to normalize what Elon did. 3, at some point it matters to few people if one is a Nazi or if one acts like one. My father was a Holocaust survivor. 32 out of 35 of his family members were murdered by Nazis. My mother's grandparents were murdered in Auschwitz. 4, after Elon tried to manipulate NV's stock in 2021, I fired him with cause, and he was unable to exercise his stock options. In the aftermath of the Nazi salutes, I told both him and his wealth manager to fuck off. Any remaining friendship between us ended with the Nazi salutes. He is blocked on my end, and I'm pretty sure I'm blocked on his. 5, I did not share what he told me in confidence. I just happened to know him extremely well. The person, the aspirations, and the Musk mask. 6, I know who I am. I have no desire to be famous and give exceedingly few media interviews. I prefer to work in obscurity and let the work speak for itself. I am certainly not envious and would definitely not want Elon's life, including living in a bubble and having to make one outlandish claim after the other and manipulate the public, elections, and governments to shore up my stock and prevent the bubble from bursting. Unlike Elon, I am an actual scientist and inventor, and I am not pretending to be someone I am not. Like a fellow who got his BA in econ at 26, all of a sudden pretending to be an expert in mechanical engineering, chemistry, rocket science, neuroscience, and AI, and keeping the people actually doing the work hidden, and paying people to play online games in his name, to appear smart, and feed his so-called super genius personality cult. The Imperator has no clothes, and he knows it. And I'm just very disappointed in what happened to someone I had a lot of deep admiration for. And the first person to find out about my concerns about his behavior was always him. 7, He is the one who betrayed a number of his friends, including Sergei, and given his actions, many other people who believed him and believed in him. I have no sympathy for this behavior, and at some point, after having repeatedly confronted it in private, I believe the ethical thing to do is speak out, forcefully and unapologetically, whatever the risks may be, so as not to be part of the timid flock remaining silent while evil is being done, including propping up far-right governments around the world in part to deregulate his companies and become the first trillionaire, and otherwise to rule the planet. He knows Mars won't be terraformed in his lifetime, and he really wants his planet. No joke, ethics matter. People matter. The truth matters. I took down Descartes through the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, and I am definitely not afraid of a so-called inventor whose greatest invention is his image. I will not be silent. You should not be either. I am a sovereign individual, and so are you. I stood up to bullies, and am stepping out of the dark to do it again. Stop working for him and being exploited by him. Sell your Tesla and dump your Tesla stock. Nikola Tesla was a great, creative, and courageous man who led with ethics and by example, and he would not have wanted his good name to have been used by him and would agree with my principled stance. Sign off of X, which is boosting far-right propaganda, and of your Starlink as well. He is a complete cunt who doesn't give a shit about you, only about power. Just ask Reid Hoffman. He only wants to control, dominate, and use you. Don't let him, and cut him and his business out of you and your loved ones' lives entirely. Remember, he is a total, miserable, self-loathing poser, and unless you are too, he will be much more afraid of you than you should ever be of him. He will probably come after me, and I'm completely fine with that. I'm a self-made multi-billionaire with an armada of lawyers. Literally, and most importantly, I know who I am and who I stand for. The people and their freedoms, whatever happens. He can send his dumb Proud Boys and Oath Keepers after me, and they will be butchered on sight. Either way, I would rather die with honor than live as a coward. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Elie Wiesel, Holocaust survivor and Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Powerful words. The only thing I would disagree with is that this guy says that Elon Musk is not a Nazi. Elon Musk is a Nazi. Like, he is. Like, if you do all of the things that Nazis do, you're a Nazi. Pretty... Here's the thing about Musk, right? Here's the thing about Elon Musk. Right? Or that he's a self-made billionaire. Yeah, that's fair, XD. That's fine. We allow a little bit of vanity. Cobalt Ethon over on Twitch. Good to see you. There is absolutely nobody who actually goes to bat for this guy. That the people who are closest to him have all repudiated him. Like, he has no allies. He has no allies. Everything is just transactional to him. And it's pathetic. Like, the guy literally pays people to level up characters in video games so that he can pretend like those characters are his. Like, it's just like he's the perfect icon for the decline of capital. That he's not powerful, intelligent, or even interesting. He's just pathetic. And the only reason we have to talk about him, and the only reason he's in our consciousness, is because the system of capital has elevated him to the top of the society. And so that should beg the question, what kind of ridiculous system, what kind of a ridiculous structure is elevating a man like Elon Musk to the top of the culture, to the top of the society? Why must we discuss him? Why is he important? Content, good to see you. Hope you're doing well out there. Cobalt over on Twitch writes, Iskov's substitution theory, if it acts like a duck, quacks like a duck, he's a Nazi. Content writes, give it 2 months. There's likely to be mass trouble. I mean, we'll see. We will. Like, one of the things that gives me hope, and of course I don't have this video ready in the pocket, and I wish I did. Maybe I could find it. There are mass protests going on in Germany. Enormous, massive protests. Like hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously singing a song that is anti-fascist in its very nature. That the first time the Nazis rose to power in Germany, I can respect this sort of sense of bewilderment, or this kind of sense of like not really knowing what's going on. There's a plausible deniability there, right? Well, there's no plausible deniability to be had. And I want to believe, and there's hope to be had, that should the Nazis return to Germany, at least, that the people of Germany will not accept it. Content writes, Denmark is locking in anticipation of military conflict with the USA. Just holy God. Yeah, if America pulls that trigger, by the way, like for real, if America pulls that trigger, like that's the end of NATO, right? Like that's the end of that organization. Like if America attacks Denmark over Greenland, like it is over, right? Like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is toast. Like it's already very rocky because of the failure of the Ukrainian war, right? There's lots of people within NATO that are looking at one another being like, what is this about? Why are we here? What we just lost this war, right? We're on the losing side of history here. What do we do? Oh yeah, that's an article I wanted to bring up. I'm dipping into the Discord a lot today, but I don't really care. Yeah, this is it. I definitely want to go through this article. Time Magazine, with a 5-minute read that is essentially apologetics for the failure. Why Biden's Ukraine win. Remember what I said was going to happen? For long-time listeners, right? Remember what I said was going to happen? That America was going to pull out of Ukraine. They were just going to stop funding Ukraine, which is what they've done. Trump has officially stopped funding Ukraine, explicitly. Right? And then they would declare victory. Right? So here they are, declaring victory in Ukraine, while simultaneously saying Zelensky was the one that failed. Zelensky lost. So I'm going to read this article, and we're going to go through this one. This is going to be fun. Just because it's nice to be right. You know? I'm not above just being a petty person. Right? I'm not above just being a petty, like, yes, I'm correct. I'm the super smarty pants. Look at the thing I said was gonna happen happened. I'm a super smarty pants. Why Biden's Ukraine win was Zelensky's loss? By Simon Schuster. Why is that name so familiar? When Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 3 years ago, President Joe Biden set 3 objectives for the U.S. response. Ukraine's victory was never among them. Right? So we never expected to win. We knew we were going to lose from the outset. The phrase the White House used to describe its mission at the time, supporting Ukraine, for as long as it takes, was intentionally vague. Sort of would assume that for as long as it takes implies a continuation into the idea of towards victory, right? Not for as long as it takes to lose. We will support the Ukrainian people for as long as it takes to lose. Not really. Like, so already, we're not even out of the first paragraph, and I'm already like, really, Simon? Like, this is your defense? He never said they were gonna win. He never said they were gonna win. He just said that he would support them for as long as it takes to lose. It also raised the question. Oh, perfect. It also raised the question, as long as it takes to do what? I love the precedent that this sets, dude. I do. I love this. We will support the people of Taiwan for as long as it takes for their country to be utterly destroyed like Ukraine was destroyed. We will support the people of Libya for as long as it takes for it to return to a slave society. One might assume that if someone says, we will support you for as long as it takes, that the implication of that statement is for as long as it takes for you to be victorious, right? That's sort of the goal that we're both going towards. That if someone in my life was saying, John, I'm going to support you for as long as it takes, while I was going through like a cancer treatment, right? I would hope that they weren't sitting there being like, I'm going to support them for as long as it takes for them to die so that I get all their stuff. Yeah, Simon Schuster is a publishing company. That's right. So this was written by the publishing company Simon Schuster? Just seems like, so nobody wanted to put their name on it. Like, that's what this comes down to. They knew they were going to produce this absolute hack piece, just this absolute trash garbage bag, and nobody wanted this article saddled on their shoulders for the rest of their life. And so some intern wrote this and was like, I don't want to be associated with it, though. And the publishing company was like, that's okay. We're a big monolith. Simon Schuster. As long as it takes to do what? This is the best defense ever, dude. I love this. Time magazine, eh? Lennon had it right. We were deliberately not talking about the territorial parameters, says Eric Green, who served on Biden's National Security Council at the time, overseeing Russia policy. The U.S., in other words, made no promise to help Ukraine recover all the land Russia had occupied, and certainly not the vast territories in eastern Ukraine and the Crimean Peninsula taken in its initial invasion in 2014. The reason was simple, Green says. In the White House's view, doing so was beyond Ukraine's ability, even with robust help from the West. That was not going to be a success story ultimately. The more important objective was for Ukraine to survive as a sovereign democratic country, free to pursue integration with the West. But you failed that too. Like, you failed that as well. Like, you didn't achieve that. That was one of the 3 objectives Biden set. So, like, straight up in this paragraph, they've just acknowledged that it's like, yeah, we murdered a bunch of Ukrainians for nothing. That was one of the 3 objectives Biden set. He also wanted the US and its allies to remain united, and he insisted on avoiding direct conflict between Russia and NATO. Looking back on his leadership during the war in Ukraine, certain to shape his legacy as a statesman, Biden has achieved those 3 objectives. Dude, they actually think that anyone outside of like this little democratic bubble is going to read this and be like, okay. Yeah, that seems legit. This seems like a thing. Everybody in the world is reading this and gonna go, do not trust Americans. Do not end up like Zelensky. Like, Zelensky ends up being a cautionary tale, right? Someone over on Twitch, Tusar War Guys 94. Hey, what's up? It's Duncan. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, good to see you, man. I'm kind of over it, dude. Thank you, though. Good to see you, though. Glad you're here. It's unfortunate. Dude, this is just the best. He also... Where did I end up? But success on those limited terms provides little satisfaction. Yeah, no shit. Because it's not success. Like, you guys are just saying you won based on some, like, hindsight review. You're like, where do we win? We won this way, I guess. Then we won. USA. Ugh. It's unfortunately the kind of success where you don't feel great about it. Yeah, like a loss. Yeah, unfortunately it's the kind of success where you lose. You know? Where you don't achieve anything and it's a total disaster and causes major problems with everybody. You know, that kind of success. You know, in a way, we successfully launched that rocket to Mars after it exploded. You know, it went in the direction of Mars. You know. Dude, what a great line, dude. This is the best. It's unfortunately the kind of success where you don't feel great about it. You know, like a loss. Green says in an interview with Time, because there is so much suffering for Ukraine and so much uncertainty about where it's ultimately going to land. Victory. For the Ukrainians, disappointment with Biden has been building throughout the invasion, and they have expressed it ever more openly since the US presidential elections ended in Donald Trump's victory. In a podcast that aired in early January, President Vladimir Zelensky said the US had not done enough under Biden to impose sanctions against Russia and to provide Ukraine with weapons and security guarantees. With all due respect to the United States and the administration, Zelensky told Lex Friedman, I don't want the same situation like we had with Biden. I ask for sanctions now, please, and weapons now. Listen, Dingleberry. You fucking clown. You comedian. Right? The sanctions won't work because Russia has alternative trading partners. Right? The Biden administration went into this conflict with like a Cold War mentality where they were like, we're the greatest country in the world. We can do whatever we want, and if they don't say yes to us, then we sanction them, and that'll crater their economy. Right? You know what Russia did? It turned around and was just like, hey, China, can I trade with you? And China was like, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. We got like a 1.5 billion people over here. Yeah. And like India was like, yeah, bro. Yeah, absolutely. Right? And even like Germany is sitting there being like, so can we still get your natural gas? We'll buy it from the Indians. Right? Like, the whole thing's a failure on just like sanction them all you want. Put 100% sanctions on them. They're going to sell to most of the rest of the world. The Russian economy is growing faster than the American economy year over year. There was like this tiny little blip as they like transferred over to their new system where they were like, well, we're off of the west and onto the east. Little ruple bloop. They just bounced right on back. Took down the McDonald's sign, put up like they just turned it over, made it like a W or whatever, right? Yes, now you come to Stalinburger. Try our Gorbachev nuggets. No chef like Khrushchev. And they just kept going, and they were like, it's fine. We don't give a fuck. So your sanctions are done, right? And then, like, we need more weapons. More weapons. More weapons. You don't have men to shoot the weapons. The Russians have air supremacy, right? They have air supremacy. They have naval supremacy, right? What do you think? What do you think? The Americans are going to send over like a battle cruiser with like jets and shit that your people can't fly because you're not trained how to do it? What you like? How useful was it when they sent over all those tanks that the Russians just blew up right away? Because they have air supremacy. They literally sent a drone over the tank field, and we're like, "There's the tanks," and then they punched in those coordinates and then shot hypersonic missiles at them and blew them all to pieces. Send as many weapons as you want. You don't have the men. Like, that's what you need. You need manpower. The criticism was unusually pointed and seems all the more remarkable given how much support the U.S. has given Ukraine during Biden's tenure. $66 billion in military assistance alone since the February 2022 Russian invasion, according to the U.S. State Department. And that's according to the U.S. State Department, so you know that number's way bigger, right? Because there's so much corruption going on, and just money just disappears, and they can't succeed in audit, that kind of shit. Combine that with all the aid of Congress has approved for Ukraine's economic, humanitarian, and other needs, and the total comes to around $183 billion as of last September, according to Ukraine Oversight, a U.S. government watchdog created in 2023 to monitor and account for all of this assistance. Like, do you think the people of America could have used $183 billion over the last 3 years? Huh? Do you think the people of America could have really benefited, right? Do you think so? And my favorite is that it's all for nothing. It's all for nothing. Like, what was the goal ultimately? Well, we look at the map. Ukraine's not blue. Look, the rest of Europe was blue. Ukraine's not blue. Ukraine should be blue. Russia's like, how about no on that? How about no on Ukraine being blue? And what was the American response to that? What was the American response? The American response to the Russians saying we're not comfortable with Ukraine being blue was, you should be comfortable with Ukraine being blue. We don't have an extremely recent history of aggressively destroying our neighbors. Don't pay attention to Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan. You should be completely comfortable with us rolling up on your border with missile systems that can hit Moscow, and us funding and training neo-Nazis in Ukraine in order to do it. You should be fine with that. Yet Zelensky and some of his allies insist that the US has been too cautious in standing up to Russia, especially when it comes to granting Ukraine a clear path to NATO membership. It is very important that we share the same vision for Ukraine's security future in the EU and NATO, the Ukrainian president said during the most recent visit to the White House in September. Man, this guy really is a clown, eh? Like, this guy really is a clown. During that visit, Zelensky gave Biden a detailed list of requests that he described as Ukraine's victory plan. Apart from calling for an invitation to join NATO, the plan urged the U.S. to strengthen Ukraine's position in the war with a massive new influx of weapons and the permission to use them deep inside Russian territory. Biden had by then announced that he would not run for re-election, and the Ukrainians hoped that his lame duck status would free him to make bolder decisions, in part to secure his legacy in foreign affairs. Oh, Biden secured his legacy in foreign affairs, all right. Oh. For us, his legacy is an argument, a senior member of Zelensky's delegation to Washington told Time. How will history remember you? Hey, Jack, America is the greatest country in America. The appeal got mixed reception. On the question of Ukraine's NATO membership, Biden would not budge. But he did sign off on a number of moves that the White House had long rejected as too dangerous. In November, the U.S. allowed Ukraine to use American missiles to strike deep inside Russian territory. And in January, the Biden administration imposed tough sanctions against the Russian energy sector, including the shadow fleet of tankers Russia has used to export its oil. You just know that when you see something like shadow fleet, it's like, yeah, they probably don't exist, right? They're so shadowy. We can't find this fleet. Probably because they don't exist. While these decisions fell short of what Zelensky wanted, they helped Biden make the case during the last foreign policy speech of his tenure that the U.S. had met its goals in defending Ukraine. Boy, howdy, dude. This is just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. This is just the embarrassing thing, right? Truth Speaker 12, stick around, and I'll talk directly to you, okay? I'm just going to finish this article, and then we'll have a conversation, okay, bud? Because you've written a bit of a chunk of text there, and I like to give preference to new commenters, and hopefully we'll find clarity with one another, okay, bud? Just stick around. This article's almost over. He remained careful, however, not to promise that Ukraine would regain any more of its territory or even survive to the end of this war. Russian President Vladimir Putin has failed thus far to subjugate Ukraine, Biden said in his address at the State Department on January 13th. Today, Ukraine is still a free, independent country with the potential for a bright future. Womp womp womp. The future that Zelensky and many of his countrymen have in mind is one in which Russia is defeated. Good luck with that. But in rallying the world to the fight, the implication Biden embedded in his own goals was that defending Ukraine against Russia is not the same as defeating Russia. So it's not surprising if that goal remains far from Zelensky's reach. Do not trust Americans. Just point on point. And that's the end of the article. So as promised, Truth Speaker 12 writes, why do you suppose an authoritarian government... I think you mean support here, yeah? Why do you support an authoritarian government like Russia? I don't support Russia. This is often a mistake that people make when they listen to me talk candidly to my regulars. I don't choose sides here. I'm not interested in choosing a side. I am interested in a historical perspective and calling things as they are in a way that has been described as realist by some people like John Mearsheimer or Jeffrey Sachs, for example. I'm not interested in supporting Russia in this conflict so much as I am in understanding what the hell is actually going on. I will say I definitely have an anti-American bias because the Americans are basically the Fourth Reich at this point. Like, they're committing genocides, they're destroying everything. They've been at war for like 60 years straight. Like, they're literally supporting maniacs, overthrowing governments all across the globe. So I have a deep disrespect for what America is and how it operates on the world stage. So it isn't that I support Russia, it's that I respect and understand the force that they are defending themselves from, which is America. America is a violent, ruthless superpower that will commit genocides in order to make a dollar. So just for clarity on that point. Ukraine was just sitting on its place beautifully, its towns and resources secured. Russia invades Ukraine as much as any other neighboring country. So that's not actually the narrative. That's not what actually happened. Opman Bro says, what's up, man? So I would suggest, again, I'll drop the name Jeffrey Sachs and John Mearsheimer. I feel like they've laid this out as clear as possible. You just seem to be unaware of the 2014 coup that was backed by NATO. And like the political circumstances, like the United States and like the Donbass war, right? From 2014 until Putin's invasion of Ukraine, there was a war going on in Ukraine that NATO was backing, where NATO was funding outright neo-Nazis, the Azov Battalion, to go shell and bomb ethnic Russians in the Donbass region. There was a major conflict that was going on in Ukraine for, what is it, 8 years? Like, it's an enormous political moment that is obliterated from our consciousness, right? It's not part of the conversation. So just look up the coup, look up and find John Mearsheimer, find Jeffrey Sachs. They'll lay it all out for you. Sorry, mate. Just give me a second. Just gonna. Yeah. Why do I laugh at Ukrainian loss? I mean, if you don't laugh, you cry, and we're just watching the American. Like, I'm laughing at Biden really because he's such a failure as a leader and so incompetent. Russia's not even communist, also conservative, right-wing authoritarian government, hence why is it supported by Trump. You can't tell the difference between Trump and Putin. I don't know that the relationship between Trump and Putin is as tight as all that. I mean, at the end of the day, Trump and Putin, I mean, how to say this accurately? Like, I think that there are vast differences between Trump and Putin, right? Like, I think that Putin is a much more intelligent person. I think he's much more aware of himself and of his circumstances and where he is in the historical timeline. I think he has a lot more credibility as a leader. One of the things that I always point out about Putin is he came into power expecting to integrate himself into the West. And that through the course of events, throughout his tenure as the leader of Russia, he was essentially forced to pivot away, right? Like, it pays to remember that the trajectory that Russia was on after Stalin's death, Khrushchev begins a pivot to Western appeasement, heavily criticized by Mao. You can read about it by the Sino-Soviet split, right? And Khrushchev begins this process of Western appeasement, which makes a type of sense, right? If you can't beat them, join them. They just lost 20 million people to a Nazi invasion. They don't want to experience that again. Maybe we should be friends with these people, right? That kind of thing, that kind of thinking. And so Khrushchev begins that process, and that process continues, right? It continues to Brezhnev. It continues to Gorbachev, right? And Gorbachev is the one that sort of completes uh, um, the what is the fatale complete, right? He basically, like, he dissolves the Soviet Union, right? What better signal can you send to the West that we want to be buddies, we want to be friends, we're not interested in a ideological war between communism and capitalism. Like, we just don't want war. We just don't want you to come in here and kill 20 million of our citizens again. Can we be friends? And after Gorbachev, like, it kind of looked like that's how that was going, right? Like, when Putin comes to power, there's this really beautiful, like, tour that he takes of the European nations where he's shaking hands with all the leaders, and he looks young, and he looks like he's over the moon. He's smiling. He looks very, like, shy and humble almost. And he was part of the G7. It used to be the G8, right? And it looked as though Russia was being integrated into Western systems. And that's where Putin thought it was going. But then pretty major world events started to happen, right? Like the war on terror is a big one. I think that the destruction of Libya, right? Like, the war on terror, Putin's position on this was really like, okay, pretty aggressive, pretty wild, but, 9/11, like, it's a national tragedy, lots of thoughts and prayers coming out of Putin at this point. But Libya was just like straight up get got. It was straight up NATO just looking at Libya and just being like, get got. And then there was the CIA coup of Georgia, the Rose Revolution, that whole thing. That's a huge moment where Putin is like, he needs to get directly, like, what happened in Ukraine happened in Georgia first. Just nobody knows about it because it was sort of washed away by the war on terror, right? It was just another event during the war on terror. So it wasn't this, like, big conflagration between the West and Russia as Ukraine was. But it's the same story, right? The CIA backed a coup in Georgia. Russia got involved. There was a counter coup, and they chased the CIA out. Well, a similar thing was going to happen in Ukraine, but then Zelensky and NATO and Boris Johnson, rather, and everybody, they all doubled down, right? It sort of forced Putin's hand into the whole thing. Like, that's what makes this whole story so fucking crazy, dude, is that Putin was going to intersect with the West. He was going to integrate into the West. That was what he thought he was coming into power to do, right? And that he was forced by this process of rejection. Like, he applies to NATO at one point, he's rejected. Through this whole process of his career, he steadily comes to understand this is not going to happen. And he needs to look out for Russia. And he needs to be the leader of Russia. And if you ask me, he did what he had to do. So you compare that to somebody like Donald Trump, who is a buffoon, clearly self-interested, obviously just using the presidency for his own prestige and power, does not give two shits at all about, like, the legacy of America. That's what a joke that is. So I don't think that's a fair comparison. Although I do understand why people make that comparison on the surface. And there's a lot of Democrat-focused Western propaganda to sort of augment and put that in front of your face. Because it's beneficial to the Democrats to treat the Russians as a bogeyman, right? That, like, remember, like, Russiagate was essentially the Democrats claiming that the election was stolen by Putin, right? Like, which is so funny because Donald Trump makes the claim that the election was stolen and everybody remembers that, but nobody remembers that the Clinton campaign basically said the exact same thing. So it's what's going to be interesting to see is when Putin finally steps down and retires. That's what's going to be really, really interesting. Yeah. Supposedly, Putin tried to warn Brazilian President Dilma Rousseff about the 2016 U.S.-backed coup. That was a tricky one for Dilma because it was legislative, right? Like, it So that's a tricky coup to deal with. Opman Bro says, what flags do I have in the background? Palestine and Canada. That's right. Yeah, Palestine, Canada. There's the Soviet flag. And this is the chakra, just in case you want to have a kind of hubu-jubu conversation. Truth Speaker continues, though. Trump and Putin, in the end, are both conservatives. Trump does not have any ideology, right? Like, I would agree with you that Putin is a conservative, that he's, but I think that he's more serious about it. Like, in that he's not an opportunist. Like, Trump is an opportunist. Putin, I think, actually does have principles. His principles are certainly nationalistic. If you really wanted to peg Putin with any kind of label, the only one that I have ever heard that makes sense, given what I've seen of the man, is that he's a Russian. And that's it. Like, he's just always led in a way that convinces me that he is interested in the success of Russia and that he's not willing to leave Russia behind. That certainly he wants to be the king of Russia. Like, let's not fuck around. Like, certainly he wants to be well-positioned and wealthy, obviously. But he's not going to allow Western capitalists to come in and absolutely destroy his country. Right? Putin no longer believes in capitalism. Again, I don't like. I think that Putin doesn't have a. I mean, obviously, Putin is leading. Like, there's free market capitalism within Russia today, right? And so Russia's going through its own sort of transformation and its own thing. So it's difficult to pin that down, right? Like, what Putin didn't wash away the Soviet Union. Right? And I think that he has no serious position in regards to whether, like, I don't think he's ideological when it comes to the concepts of capitalism or communism. And I think that's fair to say. I think that he just wants things to go well for everyone in Russia. And he's not willing to have the ideological throwdown. I think his predecessor will, which will be really interesting to see. Since Trump is a nationalist, Trump is an opportunist. Right? Trump is not anything. He's an opportunist. If it got him power to say we should give flowers to babies and house the homeless, if that's what got him power in America, he would have done that. Trump has no ideology but himself. He is an opportunist, first and foremost. He isn't necessarily capitalistic in the sense he would adopt welfare policies like Putin would, but both are nonetheless pro-capitalism. Yeah, again, like, I just don't think that Putin, like, goes to the mat for capitalism, right? Like, he's not going to throw down to defend capitalist systems. We have him on record several times facing down oligarchs and facing down capitalists on behalf of labor in order to resolve conflicts. He's made constitutional reforms to secure a strong minimum wage in Russia. So there are things that you can point at and say, like, Putin is not like, he's not like a hyper-capitalist ideologically. Right? I think that he's just making decisions that he feels are going to be the best in the moment. Because I don't think he has an ideology in that way. Right? I think that he thinks about his leadership as in a more paternalistic kind of way. I think this is a fair thing to say about Putin, is that he really views himself as like the father of the Russian people and that he is like the patriarch. Like, I think that's a fine way of putting it, that he doesn't have an ideological support system outside of, like, I am the leader and you are my citizens and I will do my best to take care of you. Putin no longer believes in communism. Yeah, I mean, again, it's like kind of tough to say. There isn't a difference in practice between Trump and Putin. Oh, I completely disagree with that. Putin put in a constitutional amendment in the Constitution saying, I forget what the exact phrase is, but it's like the minimum wage shall not fall beneath a subsistence wage. Like, That's not like, that doesn't make Putin like a communist or anything like that, but that sets him heads and shoulders above Trump in big ways, like big ways. So to say there isn't a difference in practice between Trump and Putin, I think is just factually incorrect. Putin won't step down until he dies. So historically speaking, what leaders actually do is that when they get to be of that age where moving around's not so easy, right? Where you get old and tired, right? What they'll do is they'll step down and they'll put forward a predecessor, right? Who they've likely been grooming the entire time. And then they'll essentially govern from behind the scenes using this predecessor as a face, right? And then when they go, the predecessor basically picks up that mantle and continues that process. That's basically what Deng did, right? That's essentially how the Communist Party of China is running itself. It's just kind of a series of like, just like a series of exactly that. It's a little bit more complex in China than it is in Russian politics, but I suspect that Putin will step down when he's still alive, specifically so that, because like actual leaders of actual countries care about their legacy, and they care about their place in history, and they care about that kind of thing, like, and like even somebody as vapid as Donald Trump talks about his legacy, even though what he considers to be important is so out of whack with reality that his legacy is just going to be like, yeah, I cut taxes for the rich. I made more money for my sons than ever, you know? So, yeah, Russian elite are well seated. No, that's right. Like it's again, I don't support Putin. I'm not sitting here being like, Putin is a god king who we should all pay attention to because he has an ideological pure worldview. Like, nah, but we should know what we're talking about, right? We should understand the subject, right? And what the West says about Putin is not understanding the subject, right? Actually looking at who Putin is and what he has done in the world and how he has operated and the decisions that he's made from a historical perspective, that's understanding Putin, right? That's at least attempting to understand Putin and understand this period of time in Russian history. Simply kowtowing to the CIA talking points and just believing everything that comes out of the State Department, it's meaningless. Like you're hampering yourself intentionally, right? Intentionally. Generational IME says Putin is grossly homophobic too. Yeah, I don't like supporting him just to talk about how NATO is also bad. Yeah, no, you're not wrong about this. Like, I think homophobia is pretty widespread throughout Russia. Their Eastern Orthodoxy is still fairly well entrenched in Russian life and the day-to-day life. They never had an LGBTQ movement the way that America has had. So that's a journey that they're going to have to take. And I think America and the West generally is making it harder because the empire has co-opted a lot of that kind of language and has used it as a way to claim moral superiority in order to justify a lot of bullshit. And it's kind of entrenching a lot of homophobic worldviews. So it's very unfortunate. Yeah, did you see the video of the 3 big raids on 3 gay bars in one night? No, you're right. Like I'm not going to sit here and defend it. Like, that's Russia's journey, and it's going to have to take its own journey, and it's going to take its own time. And there's not much that we can do about it. And that's just the truth. Truth Speaker continues, under capitalism, which system is best? Democracy or authoritarian government? Well, capitalism is an authoritarian system. Would you feel better speaking your heart in America or Russia? Yeah, America will let you complain as much as you want, but they won't. Then they'll tell you to get to work, right? Like, so I I guess like go enjoy yourself. DM says once Doug Ford wins a supermajority next month, will he go forward with privatizing healthcare? Full stop. Um, oh, dude, that's a big question. I think that Doug Ford is trying to get ahead of this election. Like, I think that Doug Ford is like a deer in the headlights with what's going on, with what's coming out of the United States at him. Right? This Trump tariff threat is a big fucking deal, and I think Doug Ford is like, we got to have an election. I gotta secure that, get that out of the way, and then I can move forward and do some shit. And so I think his primary focus is these tariffs. But you're right. Like he'll probably privatize healthcare. No Zionists in the chat, okay? Zionism is akin to Nazism, so no Nazis in the chat. So you're banned. Goodbye. No Nazis in the chat. Arcos says, why would you support a liberal cause? I don't know what that's in reference to. Truth Speaker says, if you're gay in America and is complaining, try being gay in Russia. And no, you're doing this like dichotomy thing, right? Like it's you might as well just be saying, if you love Russia so much, why don't you move there, right? Like we're here to call it how it is and to be truthful about what's going on. And to say, like, yeah, I hope that Russia does have an LGBTQ movement. I hope that they do open their eyes to that and they do move forward in a more progressive way. Like, I hope that they see the light on that. Like, I hope they do. Right? What else could I do? What would you like me to do? There's a reason why Russia points to them being woke and trying to spread Western ideas, progressive. Well, look, the issue with what is going on in the moment with LGBTQ issues is that the empire adopted those and then used them as a cudgel, right? Like, that's the problem, is that, like, the Biden administration, and it's had a backlash domestically, right? Like, the Trump administration is against these issues. So it's had a domestic backlash as well. But there's also an international backlash. And this is why any LGBTQ movement needs to be explicitly anti-imperialist to their core, and needs to say, like, it's not enough to simply say, yeah, it's okay to be gay. Yeah, you should also not drop bombs in the name of gay liberation. Like, that's what's going on, because the backlash against it, both domestically and internationally, is a crisis, is a major disaster. Generation Y Me says, this I need a mandate excuse is crazy. Well, we're about to have an election anyway. Like, the election's coming, so I don't hate his decision to call an early election and get this election shored up. I think it makes politically good sense. And also I think that he is scared. Like Dougie is like, he's always kind of been in over his head. Like, he just always has. And he's not a very intelligent person. It sort of speaks to the religious ideology of capital that there is no counterbalance to him. There's no serious threat to his position, because fundamentally anybody who is against him is also a capitalist. And so Dougie is just kind of like a good old boy, right? Like, he wants to buck a beer, and he wants to put, like, beer in convenience stores and shit. Like, his big ideas are literally just like, let's make a carnival. Like, he's not a very good leader. Which, I mean, is sort of an indictment of Ontarian politics, because there's nobody serious who's willing to challenge him, right? Because nobody serious can stand, like, nobody with any clout can stand up and actually be like, hey, the system of capital is failing us. People like Doug Ford are just upholding a failing system. Like, there's a reason why Ontario has an economy that's as strong as Alabama's, with like 3 times the population. It's because the system of capital is a parasite that's siphoning away all the wealth and offshoring it. And instead of that money actually being used to benefit people's lives here in Ontario, right, it's just going into Doug Ford's pockets. It's just really what's going on. And so now here comes like a legitimate leadership moment. And like Doug Ford has faced a leadership moment before with COVID, right? COVID was like a leadership moment, and he wisely realized that he was not up to the task and basically just allowed medical professionals to run the show for a while until it became politically unsavory to do so. But it lasted for quite some time, right? Like the medical community was basically in charge here for 3 months, 4 months, long time. While Doug Ford basically just stood up and said, "This is what they're telling me. We want everybody to be safe. This is what they're telling me. This is what they're telling me, so I'm telling you this." And then once all of that anti-Fauci stuff and it kind of turned, then he was willing to grab a hold of it, right, for political expediency. Because again, he's just sort of a fat loser. And but now he's like facing like a real threat, like a real fucking threat. Like these tariff threats are serious. Like this is no joke time. And so I can really respect why he would want to get the election out of the way, sort of secure that position, and then he'll basically flail around and cudgel and just be able to go at it, right? Without sort of this other concern happening. So that's more or less what I think. I don't hate it. Like I sort of respect what he's doing, even though he is, a clueless buffoon. But where's anybody who's willing to stand up to him? DM writes, breaking news, Trudeau or Mark Carney are contemplating as an emergency measure on implementing a CERB like UBI for Canadians should the 25% tariff get implemented. I mean, major cities across Ontario have already declared an emergency because of food scarcity. Like, food bank usage is out of control. Toronto has declared an emergency. So implementing something like a CERB or a UBI, like, it worked. It worked under COVID. I used to argue in favor of it all the time before I realized it was essentially just a way for landlords to get a subsidy, right? That the actual solution is to be rid of the landlords and the capitalists. But as like a stopgap, it's a liberal solution, right? It's a way to sort of shore up the system of capital without having to address its inherent contradictions. And when you do that, of course, what the capitalists will do is raise their prices because they're psychopaths. So, yeah, Jeff's right. CERB was only for the worker, disabled, and poor were left out. Yep. No, there were definitely flaws with the CERB. Peanut Butter Beatrice, good to see you. Radio Halifax, good to see you. True Speaker says the Canadian people has shown signs of a move against welfare state towards a neoliberal economy. The political class certainly has. That's a fair thing to say on the political level. Again, like what's happening across the Western world, the Western world is that liberals, i.e. what people might say on the left in the West, but they're just like center-right liberals, are being abandoned because people are seeing that they're not up to the task of actually helping the populace, that the system of capital is in decay and it's failing. And the liberals are not actually willing to do anything about it. And so they're being widely abandoned. It isn't that there's this huge swing happening to the right. It's that the counterbalance to the right is being abandoned because people to the left of the right are smarter than the people on the right. And so the right wing is going to have its moment. It's going to be a complete failure because they can't help themselves. Right? They don't have solutions. They don't have ideas. Their ideas are a failure. It's going to be a total faceplant. And then maybe the populace is going to actually be like, fuck these capitalists. Fuck this shit. And we'll see something. More realistically, I think that we're going to see the United States and Canada face some very serious breakup moments. I think that there's very serious things coming. Yeah, like Bernie Sanders, for example, is center right. Like like there isn't really a living left in American and Canadian politics. Truth Speaker says, if you rely solely on communistic agenda, you will watch people suffer and not offer any viable solutions at the moment. I just don't think you know anything about communism. I get that kind of thing all the time. Like, and when I press people who make those kinds of statements, it's very clear that they just don't know what they're talking about. Like, communism was very successful. It lifted millions and millions of people out of poverty. It industrialized nations at a pace never before seen in human history. It did so twice in front of our eyes, first in the Soviet Union and now in the People's Republic of China. So this idea that communism spreads suffering and all that kind of stuff, I just don't think you know what you're talking about. And I'm not trying to be dismissive or facetious when I say that. I think it's just a statement of fact. I think you're clueless. True Speaker continues, we should do something in the moment to make the 8 hours working people a relief. Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. Like, the system of capital is just, it's failing, right? It's not actually bringing forth any positive results for anybody anymore. And there are reasons for that. And those reasons should be analyzed and we should learn something about them, right? Like, like the owners of the society, the people who actually own the means of production, are completely disincentivized to improve the quality of life for the citizenry and are in fact heavily incentivized to reduce your quality of life. And they do so. True Speaker says, what I'm saying is if you rely solely on your revolution and communism and simply ignore reality, you will watch people suffer and not offer any viable solutions within capitalism. So there is very little to be done at this stage of the game, right? Like, essentially what you're saying is you're looking at a burning building that is collapsing currently, right? And I'm saying evacuate the building. And you're saying, well, that'll just make people suffer. And I'm saying the people are going to suffer. Right? The building is on fire. It is collapsing. The people will suffer. It's just unavoidable at this point. Right? What we need to be discussing now is how do we rebuild the building? What structure should we have? Because again, right? Like the building's on fire. It's falling over. And the fire trucks aren't coming. Right? Because the capitalists don't give us insurance for that. Like, so if you want to talk about like reality, okay, well, I would argue that you're not really engaging with reality seriously if you think that the building is not going to fall over, because it's definitely falling over. Right? It's in the process of falling over. So the question isn't how do we make the building not fall over, because it's going to. The question is how do we restructure it so that it doesn't light on fire and fall over again. And if we rebuild it on capitalist principles, well, it's just going to light on fire again, fall over again, because that's what it's designed to do. Now, what could we do immediately in the moment in order to ensure people are safe? I mean, we could take a look at American history, and we could take a look at the history of World War II. We could take a look at major crises that have happened in our nation's history. We could create ration cards. We could make sure everybody has access to food and shelter. We could ensure by guarantee, not by some free market force, but by just simply saying people get food and shelter. And if people complain about it, we tell them to fuck off. Just very simply. And that's what things like the UBI and like the CERB, that's the idea behind it, right? And so I don't necessarily disagree with those ideas as emergency measures, but they're not permanent solutions. Because at the end of the day, something like a UBI is basically just a subsidy for landlords and corporatists, Right? You're basically just giving landlords and corporatists money in exchange for saying don't abandon these people, right? Because landlords and corporatists are naturally parasitic, and when people can't pay them anymore, they throw them in the streets, right? That's the relationship that exists. And so the ultimate solution there is to be rid of the landlords and the corporatists because they're just parasites and they provide no value to the society whatsoever. But I acknowledge that that's a long-term project. True Speaker says, I think we won't have anything close to a revolution tomorrow, next week, or next month. I tend to agree with that. I think that there's a lot of disgruntled, like my position on that is that the countries are going to balkanize first. They're going to break apart, right? Like Texas is going to secede, California is going to secede, right? There's not like the unity of the nation is not going to remain intact ultimately, and we'll see that before we see a revolution, for sure. But if a liberal shows a good support with the right budget, okay, where is that? That doesn't exist. And that will help us feed or reduce issues. You should go against this and vote for the other side. Yeah, I mean, you're just talking about electoralism, right? Which has failed. So it just doesn't, like, first of all, where's the liberal with the solutions? They don't exist, right? So you're just not really meaningfully engaging with reality, right? Like in the last federal election, the choice was literally between a genocidal maniac and another genocidal maniac. So True Speaker says Bernie Sanders is a good liberal with decent solutions who never became the leader of that party because he was forbidden from being so. Right? And Trudeau is an empty haircut. Like, I've said it over and over and over again that Justin Trudeau is going to look back on his tenure, and you can see him doing it already. He's talked about it several times already. He's going to look back on his time as prime minister and be like, I wasted my time. Like, why did I not actually lead that country? Why did I make all these very bad decisions and basically do nothing with my time? Which is fundamentally what he did, right? Like he has little flash in the pan moments, like the CERB, we've been talking about that several times. But like ultimately his legacy is what? Like what's his legacy? Right? Especially when you compare his legacy to his father's legacy. Like his father is the reason we have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms. His father's Liberal Party is the party that puts in the universal healthcare system. Like you compare Pierre Elliott Trudeau to Justin Trudeau, and Pierre Elliott you can criticize obviously, but like Justin Trudeau's going to look back and just be like, "Fuck, man, I just wasted my time." It's just a legacy of folly, just total dumbassery, the whole time. Like, and it's not like he did anything catastrophically bad. He's just a big fart. Just a big haircut. That's it. That's all he was. It's just a period of time where we all looked at a haircut. Yet June writes, the modern Democratic Party are further to the right than Ronald Reagan when it comes to foreign policy. Yeah. Garden State. Yeah, I think the balkanization of the U.S. is very likely. Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the fall of any empire, right? Like, it's highly unlikely that the United States will remain intact. Like it would literally be the first time in human history. Like that would be what would be of note, right? Like if somebody actually said the United States will stay intact and then it did, that would be the biggest miracle in human history. Like there's no historical precedent for it. It'd be astounding to see. I would just be sitting here being like, how? Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine being a student of history like 200 years from now and actually looking at a history book and being like, the United States empire receded but remained intact? You'd be like, what? How? Like, people would study that. It would be like a major historical talking point. People would be like, what happened in America? How did they stay together? So the way more likely thing to happen is that they're going to fall apart. True Speaker says, you don't think the liberals of the Nordics are decent? You're talking about the democratic socialists. So my statement about the democratic socialists is that they exist because of communism. That the social democracies of of Norway, Scandinavia, Finland, these are often pointed to by capitalist apologists as, oh, well, you can have a society with capitalism in it, but you have this social democracy, right? So you have highly regulated capital. And you've got like 3 nations that are doing it, and like a little bit of that happening throughout Europe, right? So the reason why those social democracies came into power in the first place, or exist as they do today, is because of the threat of communism. That the revolutions that were happening, right, led certain countries and certain capitalists in certain countries to give concessions. This is essentially how the New Deal comes into power, right? Or comes into force in America. That the choice is between communists overthrowing your government with a wave of popular support, or giving concessions to the populace, right? That's essentially how social democracy comes in to all of these countries. The only way you maintain that is by popular force, by popular uprising and popular protest. And so what capitalists do is they constantly work to regress these social policies for their own benefits. It has been less successful in the Scandinavian nations, but it's been extremely successful in America. And there are, like the UK is a good example of how the regression has been very successful. And so my criticism of social democracies is that A, they require the threat of communism to actually be done in the first place. Because capitalists aren't just going to give, like, they're not going to just give concessions, right? You've got to force them to do it. And my feeling is if you're going to get them to a point where they're forcing concessions, you might as well just get rid of them. But anyway, so they require a big popular uprising in the first place. And then they require a lot of popular energy to maintain. And the strategy that most capitalists will use is just exhaustion, right? They'll just constantly regress and constantly regress and constantly regress. And they have so much wealth and power that they can hire an army of lawyers and an army of bureaucrats in order to constantly regress and constantly regress, like over and over and over and over again, just constantly, forcing the populace to be in this constant state of heightened need to be organized, this heightened organization. And if you can find key leaders and key people in key organizations and assassinate them, which happened throughout the 60s in America, then you can make big gains very quickly, right? And so my feeling is that if you need so much popular energy in order to maintain the system in the first place, you just get rid of the capitalists. Just overthrow them. Be done with them. And give your populace a break. Like, you don't need that popular energy anymore, right? You can actually lead the country properly. And true speaking, you're right. Like, Finland will end homelessness by 2026. Yeah, it's not to say there aren't successes, right? Like, but what I'm trying to caution you against is the idea that because Finland managed to do it, that is a universal principle, right? Like, Finland is doing it because the people of Finland, like, in Finland, they tried to reduce the pay of their postal workers, and there was a national strike. Like, that's the kind of public support that we're talking about. And the goal of the capitalists is to steadily erode that support so that they can regress it. And so that's the kind of flaw of the system. That it might not happen tomorrow, right? Or a year from now, or 10 years from now. But eventually the capitalists will just pick at that and 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 pick at that until finally they get it. Because that's how it works. That's what they do. That's their task. That's their job. Like, from my perspective, it is genuinely telling me that it's okay to keep the tapeworm because it keeps your weight down. Right? Like, that's essentially the argument. It keeps your weight down, so keep the tapeworm. No, you should get rid of the tapeworm, right? It's a parasite, and it will kill you. Like, it will ultimately destroy you. And that's what it's trying to do, for God's sakes. True Speaker, you say, I'm currently against social democracy. I support more neoliberalism. I have to believe that's neoliberalism. But I'm not going to talk on that unless you give me a clarification. Because if it's neoliberalism, my man, like, neoliberalism is an abject failure. Like, across the board, no exceptions. Big reason why we're in the state we're in right now is because of neoliberalism. And then you continue, since a revolution won't happen anywhere soon, don't you see democratic socialism as a current way for the 8-hour working people? No. And there's a reason for that. So the way the electoral system works across the Western world, I call it the ratchet effect, right? So the goal of quote unquote left-wing parties, which are usually just center-right parties, is not to actually improve the society. It's just to maintain things as they are. Like, maybe they'll give you a 0.5% increase over 25 years or something on some, like, very small, like, we're going to give you a $10 a day daycare kind of thing, right? Like, just like small, tiny, incremental piecemeal reformism, right? Like, and maybe they'll follow through on this very tiny, almost insignificant thing that affects a very small percentage of the populace, right? But they more or less keep things as they are. They more or less maintain the status quo. And then eventually the populace gets exhausted with that because the populace expects actual improvement, right? They expect people to do their jobs, forgetting that the job of these people is to maintain the system of capital. And so eventually that loses popular support, and then the politics shifts to the right, right? And then people see what that is and repel from it, and they return back to liberals, neoliberals, and the neoliberals keep things where they are. And then eventually the populace gets tired of that, and so it swings to the right, to the right, to the right, and it never goes back the other direction. It just never goes back in the other direction. And that's essentially what electoral politics is across the Western world, right? Which is why it's failing. And what you end up with is you just end up with capitalists funding both sides, right? They put money towards the Democrats and the Republicans. They put money towards the liberals and the conservatives. So they always win. And they're able to do that because they just have so much goddamn wealth. You say, I used to be a social democrat when I was moved by emotions. Now I'm moved by numbers. Neoliberal won't give social welfare. They give genuine growth, job creation, and prosperity. So, again, what are you looking at? Like, what numbers are you looking at? Genuine growth? What are you talking about? Like, genuine growth to who? Like, genuine growth to, like, 5 guys. Sure. Like, the wealthy class has gotten way more wealth than ever before. That's true. Nobody else has. Like, wages have stagnated. The economy is in stagnation. Like, the real economy. As soon as you take out the finance industry. Like, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, what growth are you even discussing? Because, like, what you end up with under capitalism is you end up with this sort of false growth where they, like, hype everything up. Like, that's what's going on with this AI situation, right? That's what this is all about, is that they created a whole bunch of false growth based on hype. And then a Chinese company came along and was like, oh, we actually made that product better, and here it is. And we're just going to give it out for free. Like, literally the market just collapsed like $1.4 trillion overnight. So what are you even talking about? Like, I just think that it's like a fantasy. Like, you're just putting forward like, this is kind of what I'm talking about when I talk about capitalists are focused on a religion, right? You're not actually, like, you say you're not interested in emotion, but your entire position is emotional. right? You're not actually looking at the numbers. You're not actually looking at what's going on. You're not actually paying any attention to what's actually happening in the society. You've just bought into a religious ideology. And you're not actually being serious about what's actually happening, right? I have to go use the bathroom again, so I'm going to go do that. Garden State. In your opinion, how would the process start? Do you think a war would start since it's against the Constitution to secede? So, I'm reading a book right now called The Next Civil War, and it's okay. The guy does a really good job of talking about far right militia groups. And so I think the book has merit on that front. Like learning more about far right militia groups is important and good, and that's certainly the backbone of how it'll all work, right? But what is suspiciously absent from his analysis is the oligarchs, right? He doesn't include Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates, the billionaires, the people who will actually be in the mix of all of that. The guys doing the Nazi salutes, right? Milo's doing well. He's just over here snoozing. But I do think his analysis is worthwhile because he accurately talks about the disenfranchisement of people on the right, the anger that exists throughout the South, Texas. He focuses on Texas primarily, which I think is a good place to focus on for the subject. Like, if I was a betting man, if you said to me, John, you have to take your life savings and you have to bet it on the state that's going to be the center of a balkanization process in America, 100% Texas, dude. 100%. Like, that's where I'd put all my money. Next would be like California, but that would be slightly different. But look, it's not hard to perceive how it's going to go, right? Like, Donald Trump's big achievement for the oligarch class is eliminating taxes, right? Like, I believe I have it right here. Did I actually do it? Am I that smart? Am I a super smart boy? Here, hold on. I know I have it, so I'm just going to grab this because it's just, I think it tells the tale in a way that me talking about it won't. Yeah, this is it. Trump proposals: cut taxes for the richest 5%, raise taxes for other groups. Right? And it's like pretty significant. Right? It's pretty significant. Like, he's giving a huge tax cut to people who are in the top 5%, the top 1% especially, so him. Top 5%, and then everybody else's taxes are going to go up. Right? So what's this going to do? It's going to make a lot of angry people. It's going to be a lot of angry people, a lot of disenfranchisement. But most importantly, what it's going to do is it's going to essentially bankrupt the government, right? And the Trump administration is going to go through and like destroy a lot of programs. Like, it's destroying the Department of Education, for Christ's sakes. Like, it's destroying a lot of shit. And so what you're going to end up with, and this is how I more or less see it happening. Eventually, a government is going to come in and they're going to say, look, we have to raise taxes on the rich and corporations. We just have to. We don't have an alternative. Our bridges are falling over, for God's sakes. Like, we need to do something. We can't just continue operating this way. We have to do something. And so they're going to raise taxes on the rich, right? But the rich in America are psychopathic. Like Elon Musk. These people are crazy, right? And Elon Musk is going to turn to these far-right militia groups who he Nazi salutes to, right? And he's going to say, are you sick and tired of paying taxes to the federal government? Taxes that Donald Trump himself just raised on them, by the way. Are you sick and tired of of paying taxes to the federal government? And a lot of those far-right militia boys, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, they're going to go, yeah, I am sick and tired of that. And Elon Musk has said, yeah, I'm tired of paying taxes to the federal government too, even though he doesn't. So let's all fight against the government, this anti-government sentiment, right? And let's make Texas the real America, right? Make America great again, and Texas is America. And they'll basically just stand up and say, okay, like, we're going to secede. And I actually don't think the federal military is going to have much to say about it. Really. Like, a huge percentage of the American military is Texan in the first place. And, like, yes, there will be shots fired, for sure. But at the end of the day, you're looking at, like, oligarchs. And once that kind of talk starts happening, once those dominoes start to fall, the other oligarchs will do the same and will begin to consolidate power in that way, right? And so that's more or less how I see it happen, because guess what? That's how it does happen, right? Like, historically speaking, the wealthy coalesce with the disenfranchised peasantry, right? Rally against the external threat, and in this case, the external threat is the federal government, right? Or the dynasty or whatever empire they're fighting against. And we're going to fight for our independence against a big brother force that's subjugating us and blah, blah, blah. And of course, the militia groups are unwittingly essentially just erecting a warlord, more or less, right? And that's more or less how it'll go. Like, it'll be a moment where the interests of the billionaire oligarchy and the underclass, the working class, will align. And that interest will be, we don't want to pay taxes to the federal government anymore. And that'll be it. And they'll just, like, there'll be at the very least a confrontation and a conflagration about it. And it's, I just don't think that can be prevented. And like, there is going to be this sort of general sense within the American military of just like, are we really going to shoot rockets at Americans? Are we really going to drop bombs on Americans? You know, like, maybe we should allow them to secede. Is that such a bad idea? And there'll be a big debate about it and a big conversation about it. But ultimately, like, this is how empires go down, baby. Like, it's just how it happens. And it's not unique. It's not unusual. It's not strange. It's not special, right? It's just how it works. And so that's more or less what I think it will look like. That far-right groups and militia groups will have so much power and so much firepower that, sure, the American military could probably fight them and probably subjugate them, but I just think that it would plummet the morale of the military and plummet the morale of the nation. And it would just, like, crush the economy and just crush the nation down. So it's kind of an untenable and unwinnable situation. And I think, like, It could happen in my lifetime, right? Like you see how some of these guys, especially like you see some of the statements that's coming out of somebody like Eric Trump, right? Like the next generation of oligarchy, right? Like forget about the current brand of psychopaths, the next rash of psychopaths, right? You see some of the shit that these kids are saying, and you're just like, oh fuck, like these guys are psycho. Like, these guys are fucking nuts, and it's really really easy to see where this goes, right? It's really really easy to see that it's just like, well, if I can't be in charge of it all, then I'll take a piece, right? And I'll carve out my little thing. And I think it's just going to be the easiest pitch in the world to the underclass. Hey, look at your paycheck. You see how much taxes you're paying to the federal government? Do you not want to? Yeah. Friendly Fire FFS, good to see you. As you have said, the average bribe is 10K and capitalists have tens of billions of dollars. They can easily make millions of bribes, so of course, all sides and parties are bribed. Yeah. Like, that's the part, like, that's when I had my, like, wake-up moment, right? Like, I always sort of assumed that people would sell out for way more money. That it would be a lot more difficult. But it actually isn't. Like, it really, really isn't. Like, these politicians are cowards. And they're willing to heel toe for, like, almost nothing. Like, I actually think that it's not even a bribe. Like, it's not even just, like, give money. It's just straight up, like, you get invited to a party, right? So you're the prime minister or an MP or a congressman or a senator or whatever, right? A governor. You get invited to a party. On the day of the party, a private limo pulls up in front of your house. You get in the private limo, champagne, beautiful women, wonderful food already there. Just people laughing and joking and talking to you. Oh, hey, how you doing, Bill? Hey, John, how you doing? Yeah, my name's Mark. Good to see you. Oh, shooting the shit. Did you see the game yesterday? All that kind of stuff. And your limo drives you to a helicopter pad. You all get out of the limo. You get into the helicopter pad, right? You get into the private chopper and they take you off. You end up on an island somewhere, right? Or instead of a chopper, it's a jet or something. You end up on an island somewhere or some compound somewhere. And the compound is massive and huge. There's art everywhere. It's beautifully groomed. You literally have like Taylor Swift performing. The guest list is like straight up, like there's Tom Hanks, there's Oprah, there's Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like there's the stars you've seen on the big screen, right? And the whole time they're like coming up to you and be like, oh, hey, how you doing? How you doing? I'm Tom. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Stupid is what stupid does. Right? And you go around, you have the best meal you've ever had in your goddamn life. They play you a song on a gold-plated piano. You get all of this food, all of this luxury, the best wine you've ever drunk. Right? You get to have a dance with a supermodel. Right? Then at the end of the night, right, whatever wild, crazy shit happens there, right? But at the end of the night, you get escorted back to the private jet, and the billionaire that's throwing this whole soiree shakes your hand, says, hey man, thanks for coming. I hope you had a really great time. I really look forward to working with you. And you get on your jet and you get fucking sent back home. Where was the bribe? And what are you going to do? Do you think? So, like, this is the reason why a single individual should not have $1 billion. Because simply the force of what they are, right? Simply the force of what they represent and what they are in the world, just by their existence, means that people who are in positions of power, politicians, journalists, right, doctors, lawyers, engineers, judges, they're going to see what that is, see what that represents in the world around them, and they're going to say, I want in. And they're going to choose to be on the inside of the gate. And they will never stand up and say, I will choose to be on the outside of the gate because it's the right place to be. So that's why we need to be rid of anybody having this overwhelming amount of wealth. Like, no, you don't get a private island. No, you don't get yachts that are bigger than a private island. Like, no, you don't get to shoot yourself into fucking goddamn space. What are you talking about? No, too bad. Tough shit. Grow up. Like, I'm of the opinion that $1 million is too much. That we should burn this all the way down. Like, nobody should have $1 million in assets, let alone liquid capital. Like, you can have a nice house. That's fine. You can have a nice car. That's fine. Right? No, you don't get to own entire industries. What are you talking about? Peanut Butter Beatrice says, forget minimum wage. We need maximum wage limits. Maybe $100K yearly maximum. Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty telling that, like, the most outrageous anybody's ever said, which I think was Sanders, he was like, yeah, we should say that once you get $999 million, that's it. Like, oh, so $1 billion? Oh, so they're still basically a god. Like, no. No. $1 million is fine. If you're crying because you can't make more than $1 million, then that's proof that we should keep it at $1 million. Because people like you are crying about it. What do you want to do with that money? What's your plan with that? Like, that's what's so goddamn wild about it, right? Like, you understand intrinsically, kings are bad. It is bad to have that much power coalesced in one place. We should have spheres of power. That's why we have a presidency and the Congress and the Senate and the Supreme Court. And then there's the free press, right? And everybody intrinsically understands, just deeply in their bones, like, one person should not have overwhelming power. We don't want to be authoritarian. We don't want a dictator. We don't want a king. But a guy can have $1 billion. That's fine. What are you fucking talking about? Like, what are you fucking talking about? Fucking Dilbert? Like, you fucking Dingleberry? Like, what are you goddamn talking about? No. Like, no. Do you not understand how that just completely undercuts the whole idea? How it just is completely like, no king, no dictator, no theocrat, no gods, no masters, but this guy can buy anybody he likes. Cool. Truth Speaker writes, Trump is giving those tax breaks so they can leave China and get the high-paying job factories back in America. A fundamental misunderstanding of economics. Those jobs are not coming back to America, my man. Like, they're just not. They'll literally send them to, like, the Republic of Congo and have children do them before they do that. Oh my God. True Speaker, just off the rails, man. I want to be a billionaire. I want to be a psychopath so I can enslave the world. Like, we've done the studies. The more wealth you get, the more brain damaged you become. Like, there's a reason Elon is the way he is, right? Like, the guy has received legitimate brain damage. And that brain damage occurs in the empathetic centers of the brain. Like, Elon Musk is not actually capable of empathy. That's why when he did the Nazi salute and everybody reacted the way they did, instead of going, oh goodness, people are reacting, I should apologize, he just did a whole bunch of puns and now he calls himself Kekimus Maximus. Like, there's a reason why you do not want wealth. It gives you brain damage. Like, serious brain damage. Canadian snow leopard. I don't know if I've ever seen you here before. Good to see you. And then, True Speaker, this is going to set off a chain reaction in my chat for sure. Everybody calm down. Tax is theft? The taxes theft argument begins with the presumption that it's the billionaire that should be the king. Right? You're basically just bending the knee and saying the King Elon earned his wealth. Certainly we should bow down to him. Forget the electoral system. Forget the systems of politics. King Elon, the rightful owner of America. He continues, I argue most billionaires donate a good part for charity, an embarrassing thing to say. Bro, you're off the rails. Like, I'm good. Like, I'm good for tonight. Like, you're way off the rails, dude. Like, way off base. Yeah, the billionaires, they donate. They definitely do. Okay, bud. Like, if you actually, like, do it by percentages, like, if you gave $1 to a homeless guy on the street, you have donated more money than Elon Musk this year. For sure. JT writes, community is a big part of humanity of which most of us haven't experienced. But capitalist, nepotist heirs, they have experienced even less. Their happiness is bereft of humanity. Yeah, only with billionaires could you donate millions so easily, yeah. They donate, create jobs, and produce cheaper goods at larger scale. Just a dream world you're living in, dude. Just a total fucking dream world. Like literally out to lunch. Like, goodbye. I'm not interested in talking to a religious acolyte. Like, you might as well just be telling me the earth is flat right now. Isaac, good to see you, man. They starve you and then they give something to get a tax break on their taxes. Yeah, that's what it is. Right? And what do they donate to? Right? They'll, like, donate to an art gallery. That's what they're donating to. Like, they're going to donate to some, like, AI tech firm or something. Canadian Snow Leopard writes, I've been watching your videos on YouTube, usually miss your lives. Oh, good to see you, bud. I'm glad. It's always nice to know that I've got a fan out there, man. That's nice. Makes me feel good about myself. Right? Makes me feel like I'm not just screaming into the void and screaming into a vacuum. It's I don't know, dude. I just think that, like, things are gonna go sideways really hard, and I'm just hopeful that, or hoping rather, that voices like mine will penetrate, if only to let people know you're not alone. There's so much propaganda going on, and it's easy for people to fall for it. it's easy for people to fall prey to it. There's a reason why they propagandize us, because it works. And so many people, I know that I have been in this situation, so many people have looked around them and been like, does no one else see how crazy this all is? Does no one else see how backwards this all is? And have people saying to them, oh, you're just being dramatic, and oh, you're just, oh goodness, you're just being hyperbolic. Yeah, everyone's a Nazi, right? And now we've got fucking Hitler salutes and like Donald Trump. And so my hope, if I achieve nothing else, is just to let people know you're not crazy. You're not alone. People think the way you think. People hope for a better world. People hope for a world without capitalism. People hope for a society that actually is attempting to solve its problems. You're not alone. Kate Hikes over on Twitch. Musk sucks. Bazinga. Strong first comment, Kate. Strong first comment. Odra Chess. Hello. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I've always felt that, like, in a sane system, you don't really need tax. Like, tax is sort of an odd medieval concept in the first place, right? Like, it isn't... The whole theft versus not theft is, like, even the American revolutionaries were like, no taxation without representation, right? Like, there's an understanding that taxes go to something. But it's a very medieval concept of just like, I will take the shiny rock from you, and then the shiny rock will go to that guy. And the shiny rock will then make that happen. And he'll take that shiny rock, and the shiny rock will be circulated until finally it pools underneath one person, and then we tax that shiny rock back to the crown. It's just like all shiny rock thought. You know, like we've got supercomputers. Like, we're shooting rockets into space. Like, men have walked on the moon. And we're still like, how many shiny rocks do you have? We should tax away the shiny rocks. And then use the shiny rocks to help other shiny. And then we can make the shiny rock market. But you gotta make sure not to have more shiny rocks, or else you'll make the whole shiny rock market get too big. And then your shiny rocks won't be worth as much. And you won't be able to get as much with your shiny rocks. Like, that's literally what we're talking. Like, that's how we are. Like, it's just so fucking... What are you fucking talking about? Shut up. It's so fucking dumb. Like, we could literally make an economy where the central... Like, a central bank would just, like, send out a currency. And then we would all use that currency to trade amongst each other. And then every, like, 7 years, it would just pull the entire currency back in and then redistribute it. And that would be a perfectly functional system. Just literally like... Perfectly functional. Monsieur Balls. You are not alone. We are Legion Bricks. We are the global workers, the 9 out of 10, the $1 a day army. Wow, Monsieur Ball's getting, like, militant in the Twitch chat. Straight up. Content. Does anyone else like roads, sewage, water, and electricity? I do. Man, that stuff is so nice. JT. Shiny rock stocks. Sorry, folks. Can't find the shiny rocks to trade for food. Wick. But shiny rocks pay for bread, fellow caveman. You and I go and grow the food. And then we harvest the food, collect the food, store the food, and then send the food to market in exchange for shiny rock. And then we take the shiny rock and then we give it to the market for the food that we grew. And that's an economy. True Speaker says, do you vote on Canadian elections? No, I stopped voting in elections. I'm not interested in voting for capitalists. Like, sometimes I'll show up and put write in a communist that I know, or I'll sometimes there is a communist that's actually running, but if they're not, I'm not gonna vote for a capitalist, because why would I vote for the destruction of my society? Odra Chess, what in your opinion are the best example of? Okay, hold on. What's, in your opinion, the best examples of state in today's and past world? Dude, I gotta tell you, I got two. One is because I think it's really charming, and the other is more serious. So this first one's not very serious, okay? So after the collapse of the Roman Empire, right, we go into the Dark Ages, or the Dark Period, right, the Middle Ages. And essentially, each like little fiefdom, right? Like this is serfdom comes out of the collapse of the Roman Empire, and peasants kind of coalesce, and then you have lords sort of erect from that system. And there was one fellow. What was his name again? It was like Sir Oliver the Fat. It's like that kind of name. Where he's just like, you look at his history and you're just like, this guy's just a softie. Right? And his territory was essentially him and his brothers. Right? Their dad died and then they each got a parcel. And you look at his reign and you're just like, anytime there was going to be some kind of conflict, usually between him and his brothers, he just settled it. And he usually would just like carve off a little piece of land and just give it to his brother. Right? And you have all kinds of, like, when we think of the Middle Ages and when we think of the medieval period, we tend to remember the egregious abuses, because those existed for sure. But we tend to ignore the sort of smaller scale, wholesome stories. Like, there were people who, there were little states, little fiefdoms, that would celebrate festivals in which the lord and one of the farmers would literally switch places for like a long time. Where like this farmer would become the lord and the lord would become the farmer. And they would switch in their duties. And it's just like, that's nice. That's kind of wholesome. It's kind of sweet. And then there's also the history of tally sticks throughout that period of time. Like, one of the most stable economies that existed throughout the Middle Ages was tally sticks, which was exactly what I described previously with sending out a currency and then bringing it back in. That people used to trade with one another using sticks, tally sticks. And you would have these sticks, and then every so often, I don't know if it was annually, but they would come to the king, and the king would have a tally stick. And all of the little sticks would fit in to the tally stick. And you do this to prevent counterfeiting, right? And everybody would just hand in the sticks, tally it up, Yeah, cool. And then redistribute it back out into the populace. And then the populace would trade. And the reason why they would bring it back in, not just for counterfeiting, was that they understood that any trading system eventually pools. Right? The game of Monopoly is accurate. It's an accurate observation of what happens in any trading system. Is that eventually wealth pools underneath a single individual. And so to prevent that, they basically just said, okay, cool, brought it all in, sent it back out. And it essentially kills the profit motive as like a driving force in the society. Basically prevents somebody from being able to like take over the society. And it essentially acts as like this tax, like this millionaire tax. But like, nah, you don't get to actually own the whole farm. Like you don't actually get to do that. Right? And that's fine. Like that the understanding of like in its purest form, the understanding of some of these fiefdoms is that this is a collective. This is a colony, right? We collectively live on the land. And that in its best forms, the knights, right, the soldiers, and the lord and the clergy were administrators, right? In its like most positive form, which does manifest in some of these places, right? Where people are just like, there's a lord and he's just like walking around with the peasants and just chilling with the peasants. And they throw a festival and everybody's like, oh yeah, that's the lord, right? And they just view him as one of them because his task is primarily administrative. That when the king shows up, you know, the king's got to talk to the lord and the lord's got to make some decisions, right? And the lord turns to the peasants and is like, well, this is what the king needs and we need to talk. And the peasants go, okay, well, that's what the king needs. And they have like councils and they talk to one another, right? That we tend to think of like medieval times as like Robin Hood, right? Like, and certainly that all existed. Although here's a divergence. If someone gave me like $100 million and said, John, make a movie, I would be highly tempted to make this movie, which is that Prince John is one of the big villains of big historical villains, right? Robin Hood's the hero. John is the villain. But the only reason Prince John was raising taxes on peasants was because his brother, King Richard, kept getting captured during the Crusades and ransomed. His brother, King Richard, right, who well loved by the people, propaganda works, kids, he goes off to the Crusades, loses a lot, gets captured by the Muslims. And the Muslims aren't stupid. They're not just going to be like, die, king. They're going to be like, hey, give us money for the king. We want money. Give us money. Well, where's John going to get the money from? Well, he's got to tax the peasants. But he can't tell them, right? He can't say to the peasants, hey, the king you all love lost, got caught, has been captured, and now we need to raise funds in order to get him back. Nope. So he's just got to raise taxes and have everybody be like, fucking John, brother's away to war and he's gouging his peasants. We should rob from the rich and give back to the poor, right? And so I just imagine John, I just imagine Prince John just being like, he loves his brother. He cares about his brother, right? And so he needs to do right by his family and by his brother. And so he eats this propaganda bullet so hard. He's like straight up like a Snape kind of character where everybody's like, boo, you suck. But he's actually doing right by his family. And then John comes back from the war. And Richard comes back from the war and then publicly admonishes John. How dare you treat the peasantry so poorly, so badly in my absence? I shall restore order to this land and banish thee. And John goes, no, I've been thwarted. And then goes and lives peacefully in like a vineyard somewhere. Right? Literally just chills out. It's just like, yeah. Everybody hates me, but Richard's back. So, and everybody loves him. So really, like, the tale of Prince John is the tale of a man who is willing to be demonized by his people for the love of his brother. Right? And you just picture like the conversations and the narrative between him and Robin Hood when it's that story. Right? When it's like, dude, don't rob that I need that money for my brother. Like, I understand why you're robbing that cart. I get it. But could you not? Could you not? And rather than him being portrayed as this like haughty, like, oh, like, oh, arrogant dickhead, he's just like, Robin got another one, eh? He got another one. Did we doubled the guard? We did. Sir, should we storm into the villages and retrieve that money? And like he like looks out a window and he sees all the villagers and they're like having a party. And they're drinking and like having a good time. And he's just like, nah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Peanut Buddy Beatrice. From now on, all the toilets in the kingdom shall be known as John's. Yeah, that's a good one. That's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. Monsieur, I doubt Richard was taken hostage. Yeah, he for sure was. I'll be corrected on that, but like, no. Richard wasn't good at war. Like, he wasn't good at the Crusades. None of the Crusaders were good at it. They all sucked. Like, the Crusades were shitty and stupid all of the time. Like, they were just the dumbest. Anyway, that's a fun story in any case. And maybe it's not like, maybe I'm just misremembering it. Maybe it wasn't like Richard getting captured, but it was like raising taxes to like ransom people. Like, that was the whole point. Anyway. Yeah, the Fourth Crusade. The Children's Crusade, dude. What are you talking about? Like, the Children's Crusade. JT writes, I love that Monopoly became a game every corporate brand puts their name on. Apprentice Monopoly playing the game in a celebration of such bullshit. Yeah. Wick, beautiful hierarchy and Black Plague. Wait. Yeah, exactly. My lord. Yep. It was a time when men were men. Kings were kings. And at least you know where you stood. One of my favorite things about reading histories from that time is that, like, kings and princes would do fucked up things. And the peasantry would typically, like, acknowledge that it was fucked up, but then immediately fall into, like, apologetics, essentially. Just like, well, what do you expect of a king? You know, it's a stressful job. So to get away from that, because that was a bit silly, I think that if you take a look at modern China, the way that they have structured themselves is very powerful, very strong, very stable. There is a high likelihood that we are witnessing a dynastic period led by the Chinese Communist Party. Chinese communists have only been in power for 75 years, right? Yeah, I think it's actually 75 years. The Communist Party has been around for longer than that, of course, because they fought the Revolutionary War, leading to the formation of the People's Republic of China. but they've only really been in power for about 75 years. And so it's just starting. It's just beginning. And China is now the longest ruling communist party. Yeah, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. And the way that the party has organized itself is very powerful. And it really rewards people within the party who do a good job. That if you're the governor of a town and you do a better job than the other guy, another governor over there, then the party recognizes that. And like, there's this ascension process, right? Like, you start at the bottom and you have to ascend through the party ranks. And that ascension is based on governance. Like, that's the fundamental backbone of the National People's Congress and the Communist Party of China, is that they're constantly vetting governance. It's a system that trains governors and trains governance. And don't get me wrong, should that system become corrupted, it will turn in a way that will be absolutely fucking bonkers. Absolutely bonkers, dude. It'll be like a dragon. But it's pretty difficult for me to see how it will be corrupted if it has not yet been corrupted. And I don't buy for a moment that it's been corrupted. That there are what I call Marxist Puritans who pretend as though it's been corrupted, but when you actually press them on their knowledge of the history of the Chinese Communist Party, they don't actually know anything. Right? Like, all they really know is there's a gap. It's like, okay. Like, oh, there's a McDonald's, so therefore. And that's basically the full extent of their knowledge. And when you actually press them on, like, the Vietnam War, right, the Korean War, the Cultural Revolution, they don't know anything. Matt Vandenberg, I don't know if I've ever seen you here before, Matt. Matt Vandenberg. I definitely feel like I would have made fun of your name. Matt Vandenberg. All love, bud. What are your thoughts on investing in China stocks? Tough. You've got to. I'm not a big investor. This is not financial advice. But you really got to change how you think. Like, if you go into the Chinese stock market thinking it's going to be like the Western stock market, you're going to lose a lot of money. Matt says, you're my go-to commie information person to learn. Oh, well, that's very kind of you, Matt. Thank you so much. Western economics is based on the profit motive, right? If it makes money, it's good. And that's all Western economists care about. And that's like neoliberalism. That's commonly understood. That's since Milton Friedman, right? Like, Milton Friedman is still taught as a credible economist. So the entire worldview of Western economics and the Western stock market is based on the idea of extracting value. Right? How much money can you get? How hard can you squeeze this stone? How much blood can you get from it? Right? That's why you have like a lot of renters in the economy. That's why you have a lot of like landlords, people who wedge themselves into systems. That's why the AI market is failing as badly as it is, because you just have a bunch of worthless parasites wedging themselves into processes they don't need to be there, trying to create gates for people to have to paywall, right? And how did the whole thing blow up? It blew up because just a bunch of guys in China were like, oh, we just made that and released it. Because we're not actually interested in the profit motive, right? Yeah, we want to make some money. Like, and they did, certainly. But like, they don't actually care about like this whole structure, right? This whole structure of wedging themselves into processes and being gatekeepers, right? They don't actually, that's not actually rewarded that heavily in China, right? In fact, the Communist Party of China has made it very clear that if you start to do that behavior, we literally will show up and tell you to stop. Literally. That's what they did in the housing market, right? They had a speculative housing bubble like we have had a speculative housing bubble and still continue to have. And then Xi Jinping basically stood up and said, houses are for living in, not for speculation. That's just a direct quote from the leader of China. And then the CPC put forward a whole bunch of policies telling banks, do not give loans to speculators, do not inflate a speculative market in the housing sector. A couple of people still did it. They got arrested. Literally to jail with them. So that put a stop to that. Just hard no. That's not happening. And what happened to the housing market? Just deflated right back down. Housing prices stabilized. Everything was completely fine. And it just was understood in the Chinese society. Yeah, you're not going to make money on housing. Like that's not a money-making pursuit. Houses are for living in. That's what they're for. You're not gouging people. That's not happening. And so that makes for from a Western perspective, right? From a Western perspective of stock markets, that makes for a very different investment, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's just a different culture. It's a different way of going about it investing. Like, there literally is a government representative and a government person involved in every business. And if the communists say, yeah, we're going to go in this direction, and you are sort of banking it on going the other direction because your Western brain said that it should, because it's usually based on exploitive ideas, but they go the other way, tough. Like tough shit. Too bad. Like a big one that happened very recently. Western capitalists cried their eyes out in all of the economics journals because the communists are overproducing solar panels, right? So they're overproducing solar panels, so it's no longer profitable to A, produce solar panels, but then B, charge for electricity from solar panels because they're making so many. This, of course, puts Western capitalists in this mindset of just like, that's crazy. They're basically just losing money making these panels and producing this energy, right? They can't make any money doing that. There's no money there. And the Chinese communists just keep producing it. They just keep making it. And every single time a capitalist enterprise that was producing solar panels and solar energy folds, the communists just take it and they keep making more solar panels. And they just keep doing it. And they're operating at, quote unquote, at a loss. Right? Because you know what they want? Free energy. They want infinite free energy forever. Does that sound good? Yeah. Not if you're a capitalist. Not if you're an investor. Can't make money on that. But the communists don't give a shit. And so they literally collapsed to the solar market from a capitalist perspective. They just decimated it to the ground. You literally cannot make money in solar in China because they're producing so much of it that it's essentially free. Get fucked. And so they're just willing to do that. Right? The Chinese capitalists are willing to do that. Like, if you were investing in AI, right, in China, just like here in America, right, there were Chinese AI companies trying to do the same bullshit, trying to be gatekeepers, trying to do that kind of same capitalist nonsense. And then, like, this small, tiny company with like $6 million just goes, yeah, here's, we actually made an AI system that was cheaper to make. It's better than your system, and we're giving it to you for free. Here's the code. Oh, and then a month later, they released a new upgraded version. They're just like, fuck you, and the entire AI economy just goes into the ground. If that happened in America, like if that small company was doing that, like literally people like Musk would get their politicians in there to stop that from happening. Straight up, they would just stamp it out. The Chinese communists are like, great. Cool, thanks. So if you want to invest in the Chinese economy, just understand that the Chinese Communist Party doesn't give a fuck about your portfolio. Like, if it wants to move forward with an idea, it's going to. And it will not give a shit if you lose millions of dollars. It just does not give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, it hasn't based its society on paper dollars. It's just not real. Like they understand that this is just a transactional thing. This is just something that we do to make trade go. Oh yeah, we got this. We're trading. And you can really tell that because every single time the Chinese run into a situation where there's some kind of debt situation going on where money is owed to the Chinese, and it's turned into this like political and diplomatic stopgap where they're like, oh, okay, we have this debt situation, and that's creating friction between us. Okay, and you're telling us that you can't really pay the debt and it's causing all kinds of. You know what? Let's just forgive the debt, and they just keep doing that because they understand the point is not the money. The point is not this debt. The point is not the numbers on the screen and the dollars. It's the ports that they built. It's the access to the mines. It's the roads. It's the electrical grid. It's the assets. It's the factories. It's the trained people. It's the schools. It's the infrastructure. It's the societal benefits, the increase in the quality of life. And then on top of that, by forgiving the debt, it's the goodwill that exists between them and the country that they forgave the debt. And so, there's so many things that the Chinese value above the money. There's just so much more there, and there's so many things that are so much more valuable than money. Like, that's the great sin of America, is that it's literally selling its soul for something as common as money. True Speaker wants to chime in with some CIA propaganda. China had faced a major crisis with housing due to their own mass construction. Lucky the economy overall is bigger, which helped to alleviate that. Their growth rate has decreased. China's going into a period of consolidation. Like, this, they don't, like, for them, the purpose of an economy is not this infinite growth idea. Like, certainly they want to see growth. Certainly that's a good indicator that things are moving forward, right? And it's interesting that their growth is about twice as big as America's growth. But for them, it is about, like, the quality of life of their citizenry. Like, if the Chinese communists have to choose between lowering prices for their citizens and making things more affordable for their citizens, or quote unquote growing the economy using Western metrics, they'll probably choose lowering prices for their citizens. Like, it's just not a real but Western economists would see that as heresy. China has approximately 60 ghost cities. 60 is a huge number, yet it still has significant homelessness overall. What are you talking about? Like, where is it? I'll see that report. Like, truth speaker, dude. Like, I think it really is time for you to close it down, dude. Like, you're really getting into like a religious, like, as bad as like the Muslims are heretics kind of territory. And like, it's just the oddest logic that exists. China has 60 ghost cities, yet people are homeless. What is this, America? Come on. Yet the AI tech dropped 2 billion yesterday. Yeah, it's been like a 1.4 trillion dollar drop. It's huge. Matthias, good to see you, my man. If they could, a capitalist would charge you for the air you breathe. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I have like an enormous amount of respect for the Chinese and the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist Party of China, rather. The the decisions that they've made, the difficult decisions they've had to make, the waters that they've navigated, uh, having to negotiate American imperialism, American imperialist systems, uh, uh, the sacrifice of their people, but always moving forward with this constant sense of solidarity, this constant desire to improve the quality of life of the citizens. This, like every single leader from Mao to Deng to Hu to Jiang to Xi Jinping, every single one of them has worked in order to improve the quality of life of their own people, while also building up its defensive capability to ensure that they can never get that taken away from them. And now, under Xi Jinping, they finally are in a position where they actually feel confident that no one can take it away from them. Like that is the big incredible feat. That is the major turning point. Is that the Chinese feel like, oh, yeah, like America cannot come over here. They cannot fuck with us. Like the Chinese military since 1949 has been steadily built in order to defeat the American military. That's how they have built their military. Whereas the Americans have built their military to do like insurgencies and terrorist organizations, terrorist actions, basically. Like, you take a look at aircraft carriers, right? Aircraft carriers make a lot of sense if you are fighting unarmed or ragtag rebels in desert countries, right? You just have a huge radius of air supremacy that you can just get anywhere. And you've got this aircraft carrier just floating in the ocean. Aircraft carriers would be useless against the Chinese. Would actually be a total liability against the Chinese. Because they would just shoot them with a rocket. Shoot them with a missile. And there's like $100 billion of assets. Just boom, 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 gone. And it would be fast, it would be swift, it would be easy, and there's nothing the Americans can do about it. So China is in this position for the first time. Like, let's be so clear about that. For the first time in in the history of the People's Republic of China, the Chinese can finally say, we're safe. Like, unless they fucking launch a nuke at us, we're safe. We can actually start maneuvering and moving and edging out into the world. We're safe. And then you had the red note moment. And the red note moment, I think, has just been like a cultural nuclear bomb whose ripples are still reverberating through the zeitgeist of the global consciousness. And for those who might not know or have forgotten, right, the red note moment was when they were banning TikTok. In an act of protest, a bunch of Americans downloaded Red Note, which is literally a CPC app. The app is named after Mao Zedong's writings, the Little Red Book. And Americans and Chinese people talked to one another for maybe the first time in their histories. Average, regular, everyday citizens of America and average, everyday citizens of China talked to one another. And we're just like, what's life like in China? What's life like in America? And to me, the big takeaway, the enormous takeaway is exactly what you see on the screen here. That the Americans realized everything my government told me about China is a lie. And the Chinese realized everything my government told me about the United States is true. Just an enormous, reverberating, just throughout the zeitgeist. And the response to this from the Communist Party of China is now that they are lifting the firewall. They are going to allow Chinese citizens back in to the global digital marketplace. So Chinese citizens are going to be able to get on Facebook, right? On Reddit, on YouTube. Because the response that they have received instilled so much confidence, not just in the leadership, but also from the leadership's perception of its own citizens. That it actually has been this enormous trust-building moment between the Chinese communists and the citizens of China. Is there a whale emoji yet, John? I don't know. And if you ask me, dude, like, there's 1.5 billion Chinese people. Like, they're going to overwhelm. They're going to overwhelm communication systems. It's just going to be enormous. No, I'm not going to click on a random link. And it's not going to show on the stream anyway, bud, so. True Speaker says China is an interesting capitalist country. Just embarrassing. Matt writes, I love this concept of increasing the quality of life of citizens. Yeah, one would think that that's the point of governance. In China, I think this is absolutely happening. Oh yeah, it's completely undeniable. Like, if somebody were to stand in front of me and try to pretend like the quality of life in China hasn't improved dramatically, I'd just be like, embarrassing. Like, just no reason to talk to you. Like, yeah, the earth is flat, buddy. Okay. The deflation is something the West would enjoy, yet Western media frames this as a terrible thing. Could you speak to the capitalism that does exist in China? There are shrewd businessmen in China, yeah. Obviously, they have lots of profit-driven trade worldwide. Okay, so the way to understand what's going on in China, right? Because you have to take the historical perspective. Like, first of all, yes, there are capitalist enterprises in China, right? And this is what most Western Marxists do is they pull out their phone, they take one picture of China, they say, there's a McDonald's, China is capitalist, like Truth Seeker has done. Um, so the history of the introduction of capitalism into China is actually fairly robust. So it's a lot more detailed, right? It isn't like most things in life. It isn't black and white. So, and the only way I can discuss it is by just kind of laying out the history, and I'm getting better at it, so I'm hopefully going to do this really fast. So before Mao Zedong shows up on the scene, the Chinese are experiencing what's called the Century of Humiliation. That's real capitalism in China, okay? You have slave markets, you have a drug trade, you've got a black market, right? That's real capitalism. If you want to see what actually capitalism actually looks like in China, you want to look at the Century of Humiliation. This is the decline of the Qing dynasty, basically the end of the Qing dynasty, right? Imperialist powers, America, Russia, Japan, France, Britain, basically turned China into what they call the poor man of Asia. It's just a total kicking boy. Everybody's beating the shit out of China. That's what real capitalism looks like, okay? So do you think that's happening today in China? No? Okay, cool. So what's happening today in China? Maybe not actually capitalism. So from this circumstance, Mao Zedong arises, right? Communism is a new idea in the world. He brings that forward. He essentially fights his entire life, right, in a revolutionary war. At one point, the Chinese are fighting against nationalists, the KMT, right? The communists are fighting the nationalists. And then the Japanese imperialists invade during World War II. And then the communists and the nationalists join forces to defeat the imperialists, throw them back to Japan, and then resume their civil war with one another. So it's this incredible conflict that's going on. The Chinese lose like 20 million people through World War II, right? That's often just omitted from the record, right? Yeah, and you're right, XD, of course. I'm just going quickly, right? Don't forget Dr. Sun Yat-sen, right? Mao's predecessor, of course. Like, Mao didn't just appear like Jesus, like, oh, I'm here. And Revolutionary War, right? Here's the timeline, okay? Japan gets 2 nuclear bombs dropped on it in 1946, right? It's the end of World War II. 1945, 1946, right? 2 nuclear bombs are dropped on Japan. Reminding everybody, Japan is right off the coast of China. If you stood on the coast of China and looked towards Japan when the nuclear bombs were dropped, you probably could have seen them. Okay? A scant 4 years later, the People's Republic of China is formed. The revolution is successful. Mao Zedong is the leader of China. 1 year later, the Americans are invading Korea, splitting Korea into 2, destroying Korea, laying it completely to waste, murdering 20% of the population of Korea. The Chinese are involved in that conflict. Dwight D. Eisenhower, the president, threatens to drop a nuclear bomb on China like they just did to the Japanese 4 years earlier. While this is all going on, Americans start moving troops and diplomats into Vietnam, beginning the Vietnam War. This inspires the Chinese to do the Great Leap Forward in a frantic pace, heavily devastating the countryside, causing a famine, creating problems internally, but militarizing as swiftly as they possibly can under the threat of nuclear bombardment from a foreign power. The Vietnam wears on. This is a 20-year conflict. The Vietnam War wears on. And the Chinese begin to come and understand they cannot defeat the Americans. During this period of time, 1953, Joseph Stalin dies. Khrushchev takes Stalin's place and begins a period of capitalist appeasement and is heavily criticized by Mao Zedong for it, creating what's called the Sino-Soviet split. It drives a wedge between the Soviets and the Chinese. You've got a three-pole conflict going on here, right? The Soviets, the Chinese. With Joseph Stalin, these forces were allied. Khrushchev breaks the alliance and begins pivoting towards the Americans. This forces the Chinese to begin pivoting to America as well. Because if the Chinese can become the better allies of America, they can isolate Russia. But if the Russians ally with America, they can isolate China. This is the actual reality of what's actually going on. This begins an internal process of the people of China understanding this arrangement. That we can't defeat the Americans. We don't have an air force. We don't have a navy. We can't hit the Americans at home. We will be locked into this perpetual, never-ending warfare under threat of nuclear bombardment forever. And so the internal apparatus, sections of the Communist Party, the intelligentsia, the academics, the universities, they begin to say, we have to capitulate. We have to make a deal. We have to negotiate. And this launches the Cultural Revolution. Mao Zedong, along with student groups, begin a process of an inquisition, essentially. What Trotsky might call a permanent revolution, where they basically send all these academics to the countryside. They persecute Chinese bourgeois, and they attempt to eliminate bourgeois elements. Xi Jinping's sister was killed in the Cultural Revolution. His father was purged from the Communist Party and persecuted. Deng Xiaoping, the next leader after Mao, is purged from the Communist Party during this period of time. This is an incredibly intense period of time of warfare, civil strife, civil disorder. And remember, up until this moment, right? We're up to 1972 now. China has not known a single day of peace. Revolutionary War, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War. Not one single day of peaceful development. Mao Zedong dies. Deng Xiaoping comes into power, ends the Cultural Revolution, arrests the Gang of Four, which is the group that was basically the spearhead of the Cultural Revolution, led by Mao Zedong's wife, no less, Jiang Xing. Arrests the Gang of Four, puts them on trial. They all go to prison for life after a commuted death sentence. I forgot to mention. Mao Zedong knows the capitulation is coming. And how do we know he knows? Because in 1970, I think it is, 1969, 1970, Richard Nixon visits China. The guy they've been fighting a war against in Vietnam, who's been carpet bombing Vietnam, anything that flies against anything that moves. Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, fuck them. No, Richard, we can't drop a nuke on China. It would be bad. It would be bad optics. He visits China. Mao Zedong shakes his hand, shows him around. So the capitulation is coming, and everybody knows it. And so when Mao Zedong finally dies, Deng Xiaoping ascends to the top of the Communist Party. after being purged from the Communist Party. They stop the Cultural Revolution. They reinstate the intellectuals. And they begin the process of what Deng Xiaoping calls opening up. And this is the process of allowing Western capital into China. What Deng Xiaoping would say is that the success of this is that the Chinese Communist Party is still in power and has been acknowledged as the leaders of China. That what the Americans are hoping is that they're going to be able to come in and corrupt our systems. They're going to corrupt our systems and they're going to take us over from within. That's what they want. That's what they want to do. They were successful in Russia. They succeeded in Russia at this. So it wasn't a stupid plan. It was a good idea. But Deng Xiaoping and the Chinese communists are smart. And they know. They're not idiots like Gorbachev. And they see this coming and they understand what's happening. And so while the capitalists are bringing in their factories, they're also bringing in their knowledge, their technology, and the Chinese learn. They learn from the capitalists. Like the capitalists built New York, right? The capitalists were architects and engineers. They built shit. There was a time when America was building things. And so the Chinese learned from that, and they mastered that from the Americans, all under the guidance of the Communist Party of China. Deng Xiaoping steps down after the Tiananmen Square protests, but he still essentially governs from behind the scenes under the next two leaders, Hu Mintao and Jiang Zemin. Both considered good leaders and good rulers. Rulers by consensus is the phrase that is usually given. And they also had their own statements and their own sort of thoughts. But these two leaders were basically considered to be underneath Deng Xiaoping. But Deng Xiaoping is the big guy. Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping. So capitalism is coming in. Capitalism is coming in, and they're building the society while negotiating against a foreign aggressor and then building up their military. And the trade that they make is insane, by the way. So you're going to make peace with us. We get the means of production. We get all this technology. We get all this knowledge. And all we have to do is build stuff for you on the cheap. Cool. And Deng Xiaoping gave two warnings, right? Warning one, they will try to corrupt the National People's Congress. The capitalists will try to corrupt us. Absolutely they will. Why am I blanking on the second warning? Oh yeah, and the capitalists will attempt to take over the society economically. From this process, the Chinese Communist Party arises Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping is a notable figure in politics, in Chinese politics, because he was born after the formation of the Chinese Communist of the People's Republic of China. Rather, he was born after the formation of the People's Republic of China, and he was and he's the first leader to not have been selected by Deng Xiaoping, but instead to have been selected by the process of the Communist Party itself. And he is elected on a platform of doing what? Decorrupting. Oh yeah, the second warning that Deng Xiaoping gave. It will create economic imbalance. So what are the two major things that Xi Jinping does when he comes into office? He launches an anti-corruption campaign, purges the Communist Party of what they consider corrupted elements, And then two, launches a massive egalitarian redistribution program, which even the World Bank acknowledges. So where are we at now? Right? Where are we at right now? The Chinese communists understand that capitalist institutions fail. And they fail of their own accord. That's how they're structured. That's how they fall apart. And the policy of the Communist Party of China is that when capitalist organizations collapse, let them. Do not bail them out. Make the capitalists pay for what needs to be paid for. And if necessary or seen as valuable, acquire. They've done it over and over and over again. This is a policy that I have named. This is me now. I get to coin a phrase here. And what it would be so wonderful if this became common parlance. It would just be like the icon of my life, frankly. What they're doing is what I call pruning the garden. That in order to make peace with the Americans and make and grow their own country and find prosperity as well as military stability, they have had to grow a garden along with the weeds. They haven't had a choice. Now they do. Now they do. That this era is starting essentially right now. And that the next phase, the next era of Chinese society is going to be called pruning the garden. That the weeds will die or will be pulled out by the root as time moves forward. They won't do a big sweeping cultural revolution. They've said so several times. But what they will do and what they have been doing, and you can observe it, is when a capitalist institution collapses, they let it. And if it's important enough, they acquire it for themselves and they integrate it into the garden. So this is what's happening in China. And you are correct to note that there are shrewd businessmen, shrewd wheelers and dealers, right? There are people of a capitalist mindset. That definitely exists within China, for sure. The People's Republic of China is not governed by those people. It's governed by the National People's Congress, which is led by the Chinese Communist Party, by the Communist Party of China. As time moves forward, China is going to be less and less and less and less capitalistic as time goes forward. The Chinese state owns the banks. The Chinese state owns the resources. They don't give a fuck if there's a McDonald's. And if from their perspective, that's like having a little rinky-dinky market off in the corner of their society. They are China. Big, monolithic dragon. They don't give a fuck about your little golden arches over there. They don't care if you want to be doing some business over here or doing that kind of thing. They're running a society of 1.5 billion people and are ascending so rapidly it's turning everybody's heads upside down. They don't know what to do about it. Could the whole thing go off the rails and they just become a crazy fascist imperialist force? Sure. Show me the evidence. Sure. It's possible. Anything's possible. Show me the evidence. Should there be a war that China is involved in, it will be China defending itself. And who will they be defending themselves against? The capitalists. Because the capitalists do not want China to become a new model. They do not want any country in the world to exist in such a way that people can point at it and say, what's going on here? What's this? That's why they're so insistent. China's actually capitalist, actually. All their success is because of capitalism, actually. But that dies the minute you say, oh, well, then can we do that? If that's capitalism, then can we do capitalism? Why does our capitalism not look like that? Why is their capitalism building enormous infrastructure projects, alleviating poverty? Why do their streets look so clean? Why are they tech leading industries? Why are they creating a moon base? Like, why are they accelerating so quickly and doing so well while we're obviously stagnating and sputtering and voting in fascists and Nazis? Like, if that's capitalism, can we do capitalism then? And then what do you get? Because it's not capitalism. At this stage in the game, it is a hybrid. There are free market capitalist institutions within China, but the governing force are communists. And as time moves forward, those capitalist elements will begin to die off because they have to, right? If you can't maintain the system through the state, then it will die. And the state does not give a fuck about these capitalist organizations. They will happily let them die. They will prune that garden. And so that's what's going on in China. That's the history of China's interaction with capitalism. I'll be fascinated to see what the next leader of China has to say. I'm dead positive that that leader will be handpicked by Xi Jinping. That the next one or two leaders of China will be very similar in regards to how they're viewed as Hu and Zemin were, which is that they were sort of an extension of Deng Xiaoping. Xi Jinping will have the same kind of influence. And right at the end of my life, I might have the pleasure of seeing a new ascendant leader that has come out of the Chinese Communist Party, and what he will say and what he or she will say and what they will want to move forward with the vision of China. So that's something for me to look forward to, for sure. I'm really looking forward to that. Just embarrassing common sense. I think I'm just happy banning you for that. Like, just basic. Like, if this is the way you talk, you're not worth talking to, bud. Real straightforward. Like, just basic human decency. Just embarrassing, dude. Like, just embarrassing. You're really not worth talking to if that's the way you talk to people. Thanks, XD. Reminder, John is not good with names in case someone wants to nitpick. Yes, you can definitely nitpick me on that. For some reason, my brain just refuses to hold Human Tao's name. Just doesn't want to be in there. And so I'm always like, ugh. And like Jiang Zemin is pretty close too. Like he's just like not, and I'm like not 100% sure I'm getting it right. Oh yeah, like DeepSeek is like a pretty key example of this, right? Like it's pretty key. Like I've talked about it several times on this stream already because it's like, but this is what's going to keep happening. Like it's just going to keep happening over and over and over again. Truth Speaker wants me to talk about the Tiananmen Square protests. He writes, or they write rather, are you denier of the Tiananmen massacre? That's sort of an odd way of putting it. Like, I base my opinions on evidence. Um, and there's not really any evidence that there was a massacre that happened there. We don't really have, like, you sort of expect to see bodies. We don't really have, and like the eyewitness accounts that come out of there basically talk about a conflict, to be sure, but a massacre, no. Like, it's certainly a heightened period of time, but I mean, it's extremely believable to say that the protest movement that was going on was an attempt at a color revolution, right? Like, the Chinese leadership is not stupid. Like, they understand what a color revolution is. They understand the potential of the CIA and intelligence organizations getting in there and overthrowing the leadership and creating chaos, right? Which would introduce a lot of difficulty for the Chinese communists. So Deng Xiaoping, I think, makes the right decision by stepping down after that period of time. And you can see the Tiananmen Square protests reverberating through Chinese society, right? That there's always been this internal tension between concern of the citizenry. Like, the citizens are concerned that China will just fall to capitalism. They're concerned about it. And so there are fairly routine protests about it. And those protests are usually taken very seriously. Unlike our protest movements, China takes its protest movements very seriously and responds to them. Like, their COVID lockdowns ended because of a protest movement. The Chinese communists respond. And so, no, true speaker, you're just embarrassing yourself. This is just CIA propaganda. Like, if you'd like to talk about a subject specifically, like, you can bring that up, but just, like, I don't treat the CIA like unlike you, I don't treat the CIA like gospel. It's simple as that. I don't just read the New York Times and just uncritically believe it. Because these organizations have lied, and they lie repeatedly. And if you don't want to end up like a dullard, yeah, Garden State writes, ask him if he knows about the massacre of Utuado, Ponce, Juarez, Puerto Rico. Yeah, I mean, no, the religious acolytes don't know anything about this kind of stuff. Like, they actively delete that information. Yeah. And I mean, Eggs D is sort of nailing it here, right? You Westerners should be absolutely fucking ashamed of yourself for remembering Tiananmen Square for 36 years while trying to forget Gaza as soon as possible right now. Yeah. Isaac writes, in the West, the media showed the man standing before the tank and created the idea that he was ran over. Yeah, they never showed when he went up to the tank, talked to the driver, and yeah, walked away. Right? And they don't point out that that was the tanks leaving the square. Right? There wasn't, like, more people died in the police service than in the civilian population. Like, it's just, yeah, True Speaker writes, it's certainly difficult to be a communist. Yeah, ignorance is bliss, bud. Right? Like, that's the phrase. It's way easier to be stupid. Right? It's way easier to keep yourself in the dark. Ignorance is bliss. New CIA drone pilot writes, I think being a capitalist is quite difficult. You have to do a lot of mental gymnastics to justify the tens of millions of deaths from starvation, Pinochet, yeah, Syngman Rhee, Churchill, Project Phoenix, the Jakarta Method, Bengal famine, preventable disease going untreated too. Yeah, and all of the things that you just listed there, CIA, like, that's stuff that the State Department has confessed to. So we don't even need to work to prove it, right? Like, we don't even really need to provide evidence. Like, the State Department has admitted it. They've just been like, yeah, we did that. So it's like that's sort of the difference between the accusations that come towards capitalists versus the accusations that come towards communists, right? Like the communist countries like Russia, like there's no big confession because they're like, well, here's the Soviet archives, take a look at it. And you've got like liberal people walking out of there being like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we were lied to. Nah, nah, Truth's just embarrassing himself. That's fine. You can continue embarrassing yourself over on Twitch. Yes, I pray to Mao every day. May he deliver justice to the landlords. Yeah. I didn't really. Wick asked me to talk about DeepSeek. Like, the DeepSeek situation is sort of case in point to what I'm talking about, right? Like, what you have going on in the AI community right now is essentially just like a bunch of worthless parasites doing what worthless parasites do, right? Inserting themselves into industries they don't belong in, gatekeeping, rent seeking, just wedging themselves at every level they possibly can in order to maximize profits for themselves. But doing so really slows the process down and really bloats budgets and really makes things way more expensive than they need to be. And so, like, they've put like billions and billions of dollars into AI research here in America because that's the cost of maintaining capitalists, right? Like, if you want to have capitalists do it, then that's what it's going to cost. And then over in China, some just like small group, ragtag band, right? They just come together and they just make a system that's better than the systems coming out of America, made cheaper with cheaper materials. And then when they announce it, they just release it for free. They just literally release the source code for free. And they're just like, here it is. You can do it. Have it. Congratulations. And like, certainly the guys that made it in China, you know, they're wealthy, right? They have money, clearly. But like, they didn't feel the need to wedge themselves in and like have all the rent seeking and have the gatekeeping and have all that bullshit. They just made it and released it to the world and literally collapsed a $1.4 trillion fucking bubble. Just gone. Over on Twitch, first time chatter, CFG338. What I really suggest you do, bud, right, is just really look into your information and just acknowledge to yourself that you don't really know anything about communism. Like, and that's okay. Like, it is. It's okay. Like, you don't really know anything about the subject. All you really know are just like brief, scant looks at Wikipedia articles, or like maybe you watched like a CIA sponsored cartoon on YouTube or something. But like, don't pretend in my chat that you know anything about communism. Just do yourself a favor, like, and for you, like, in seriousness, just acknowledge that you don't know anything about the subject, and you're going to learn a lot more, and you're going to do a lot better. Yeah. New CIA drone pilot. Yeah, get my capitalist advice from that guy who wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He owns the banks $1 billion and in bankruptcy. He's very smart. Yeah. His strategy is to just die in debt, right? Like, yeah, over 40 coups in Latin America in the last 100 years with hundreds of millions, hundreds of thousands murdered. Yeah. Oh yeah, CFG writes, first gen after my parents living through it. Yeah, I'm not a post-communist, right? I'm a communist. I'm not a post-communist. So thanks for playing. Like, we know how to do basic math. just so common that you have these people who come in and say, my parents experienced post-communism, and so I'm against communism. It's like, I'm not a post-communist. Like, I don't care that your parents lived through Gorbachev. Like, yeah, I didn't like Gorbachev either. I didn't care for Khrushchev either. Right? They were doing a capitalist appeasement and abandoned the Soviet Union. Like, they abandoned the process of communism. Yeah, and I mean, there's a kind of a logic to it. Like, I don't hate them for it. I understand. Capitalists murdered 20 million communists, right, in World War II. You know, when you've got capitalists murdering 20 million of your citizens, it's a massive trauma. That's a huge, huge problem. And so it makes sense that the leadership after Stalin would attempt to ameliorate and try to appease so that a war like that doesn't happen again. Right? That's what the Russians are essentially attempting to avoid. And so they step down from the communist rhetoric. They stop pounding the pulpit. Like, I always say that in World War II, the Soviets defeated the Nazis, but fascism defeated communism. Just kind of took the spirit out of the fight. And that's really the case because, like, Khrushchev stepping away from China and the Sino-Soviet split was really like that's to me that's the moment when it's pretty clear that the Soviets and then the Russians are not really pursuing this path, this line of communism any longer. Although when Gorbachev moved to dissolve the Soviet Union, it was done against the wishes of the Politburo. So it's like there was like the internal conflict, literally tanks shooting at buildings, that kind of stuff. It's not well understood or talked about. So it's a little bit more complex, but yeah, CFG writes, everyone in power privatized what they could have power to. Yeah, like post-communist. Like, I know, dude. Like, I know about the history of neoliberalism coming into Russia. Like, yeah, I don't support that. I'm not a post-communist. Yeah. Now we're just getting Nazi apologetics out of this truth speaker guy. It's hilarious. Like, one of the things that's going to start happening, like the relationship between America and the rest of the world, and China especially, like, because America is in this collapse pattern and it can't get out of it. It doesn't know how, and it's unwilling to discover how. And because it's in this collapse pattern, China, and then it's going to be places like India, even Russia, can do very, very basic things and cause huge rippling effects throughout the Western world and huge problems. Like this DeepSeek situation is the perfect example of that, right? Just the perfect example of how American capitalists were and the tech bros, the tech industry, were just hanging everything on hyping this AI revolution, right? Just this hyping of this AI revolution. This is the next big thing. Everybody throw your money into this. This is huge, enormous, the next big thing. Oh my God, let's pour billions and billions and trillions of dollars into this. Let's go, let's go. It's going to get us to Mars. Oh my God, we're going to Star Trek and all this kind of stuff. And literally a small group of guys from China just blew it up. Just total catastrophe. And that's just going to keep happening. And the reason why it's just going to keep happening is because any endeavor that the capitalists embark upon is going to innately and naturally be blown apart or innately and naturally under capitalism be bloated and inefficient because of the existence of the capitalists. Because the capitalists are standing there with their hand out saying, you do all the work and give me money for it. And the simple elimination of that, the simple elimination of a guy with his hand out saying, give me money for nothing, is going to mean that any other company is going to outcompete. Like anything the Chinese do, anything the Indians do, anything any company that is not based in capitalism does is just going to outperform. And the Americans don't know what to do about it because all of their thinking is based exclusively and only in the thinking of capitalism. And they can't get away from it because it's a religious ideology. CFG writes, do you agree that people in power without checks results in oligarchy? Oh yeah, for sure. Like, if you would like me to critique Russia and even Stalin, like my big critique of the Soviets is that their political system wasn't very strong in the end of it all. That it really was, and it always was, based on force of personality, right? Like, Lenin was a big force of personality and a very intelligent man, a very smart man, a very well-read man, an excellent theoretician, right? If it hadn't been for Lenin, I think there would have been kind of a settling into a social democracy in Russia. The Mensheviks, I think, would have taken over and had a lot more power, if not for Lenin. And you have a similar sort of situation happen with Trotsky, right? Trotsky is a big force of personality, big ideas, big concepts, but you can see it all in the politics. It's just these guys like smashing into one another and just being like, you're a revisionist and this isn't Marxism and you're just introducing and constantly just booming over and over and over again, right? Their politics is just this huge, enormous crashing over and over again with just big forces of personality and big, enormous icons. And like Stalin's kind of a funny one because Stalin's like kind of a soft-spoken person, right? But he's just a better organizer, just a better administrator. He's a man of the people, right? And and so what the failure, I think, of the Soviet system ultimately is that excuse me, oh my goodness, sorry guys. Oh. I think the failure of the Soviet Union is ultimately just a failure of their system, that their governing system isn't as robust and entrenched in training governors, right? It really ends up just being like a way to elect someone into a position that moves forward through forces of personality. And so it ends up being not very sustainable. Stark says, I'm a Trotskyist. He would have been way better leader than Stalin. I think Trotsky would have been basically the same. Like, for all the hoopla that the Trotskyists give, I mean, look, Trotsky is not bigger than World War II. Okay? Like, this is sort of what is frustrating about Trotskyists, right? Is that they take Trotsky and they elevate him way above what he actually was. Like, Trotsky's not a god, right? It's like you can like Trotsky better than Stalin all you want, but like, chances are really good that things would have unfolded pretty much the way they did. Like, Trotsky is not bigger than the Nazis. He's not bigger than the Americans. He's not bigger than global politics. So yeah, it just ends up being like, and anytime I encounter like Trotskyists, man, did I ever bite my tongue about this in the past? I think I'm done with that. Like anytime I encounter like a group of Trotskyists, it's just kind of cultish, right? There's just kind of like a weird cult around Trotsky. Like, I get that you like him, like tough, tough shit. Like I think it's a tragedy what happened, that Trotsky and Stalin together would have been more powerful than Stalin without Trotsky, and this whole ridiculous feud that they've had that's come into the modern era where all these Trotsky cults around. Like, it would have been way better if these guys had been able to resolve their differences. It would have been way better if Lenin had sat these guys down and been like, look, I'm going to die. Like, you guys have to learn to work together. And they had actually looked at one another and been like, you're right, we do have to work together, right, for the betterment of the Soviet Union. Right? And it would have been better if Trotsky had stood up and been like, permanent revolution. And if they had been like, no. And Trotsky had been like, dang, okay, well, how do we defeat these Nazis? Right? All that would have been better. But instead, Trotsky just fucking fucks off. And then spends the rest of his life shitting on the Soviet Union because he didn't get to be their king. Like, it's a real tough sell for me with Trotsky, man. Like, at the end of the day, he really kind of shows his true colors. That he wasn't actually there to help the people of the Soviet Union. He was there for personal power. And how do I know? He fucking left. He fucking left. And started a big feud. Fucking went to war. Against Stalin. And I think it's sad. I do. I just think it's sad. Like, it's one of the great communist tragedies. Like, I think that if you were to actually sit down and tell the story of Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, without all the fucking hero worship and demonization, that they're just men in these positions moving towards one another in this, like, kind of way. If you took that story and you set it in space, like you put it in Mars, and it was about overthrowing the Galactic Imperium, right? And doing that, and you told that story, I think people would see it as an enormous tragedy. That's how I would present it, because I think it is. It's just an enormous tragedy. And it's a tragedy of personalities. And it's not unique. Like, Mao and Deng had a somewhat similar relationship. The difference is that Mao and Deng respected one another. That Deng never ends up criticizing Mao. And while Mao ends up purging Deng from the Communist Party, I think Mao understands where Deng is coming from and understands how the politics of everything need to shake out. Like, I think that Mao and Deng loved one another, even though they disagreed with one another and had like a political rivalry with one another. Whereas Stalin and Trotsky hated each other, and they always hated each other, and they put that hatred ahead of their position. And they're both guilty of that. Stalin's just as guilty of that as Stalin is. Or Stalin and Trotsky are both guilty of that. Yeah, Garden State writes, even after Mao's death, Deng held the utmost respect for him. Yeah. Okay, so Stark writes, the permanent revolution ideology that Trotsky held was much more solid. Soviet Russia would have prevailed longer if Trotsky had power. I am skeptical of the permanent revolution for two reasons. Okay? Reason number one, if it's obviously a deeply unpopular idea. Like, if the idea had have been popular, Trotsky would have won. Right? Because fundamentally what you're pitching at the Soviets at that time, like, the Soviets have undergone like 2 revolutions, civil war. They see a conflict with the Nazis coming, right? You're talking about like a war-torn, weary people that have just experienced like trauma after trauma after trauma. And now here's a guy who's ascending into a position of leadership, right? And what's his pitch to you? Permanent revolution. What is this except essentially saying, now you need to undergo an inquisition? And then you turn and you look at the other guy, Stalin. And what's Stalin saying? We just want peace and order, socialism in one state. We want to build the productive forces, and we want to do so peacefully. I think it's pretty easy to see why the people of Russia went Stalin's way. I think it's pretty easy to see why people took that direction. And that the concept of permanent revolution is a really hard sell to a war-weary people, to an embattled people. So that's reason number one. Reason number two, Mao Zedong did a permanent revolution. It lasted 10 years. It's called the Cultural Revolution. It is, in every single way that you can possibly imagine, the idea of a permanent revolution in China. And it was deeply unpopular. The people hated it. And why do people hate it? Because at the end of the day, it's an inquisition. That, ideologically speaking, it isn't different from an inquisition. That you're putting people on trial. You're publicly shaming people. You're going through these huge, enormous performances in order to purge your society of impurities. Like, it's obviously a very taxing and very difficult thing to do. Very, very clearly and very, very obviously a very taxing and very difficult thing to do, and ends up being very unpopular. Like, the people of China still talk about the Cultural Revolution, and the leadership of China still needs to reaffirm, we're not doing that again. That's not happening again. Because it's an inquisition. And so it's not difficult to see why the public doesn't want it. And ultimately, I think that's why I can't really support, by policy, the idea of a permanent revolution. Because the goal of communists should be good governance. Should be to improve the quality of life of the citizens. And should be to bring as much peace and prosperity as you possibly can. And I don't think that's what a permanent revolution is bringing. I think that permanent revolution brings a lot of disorder and a lot of regression and a lot of difficulty into people's lives. So I respect and understand the impulse. Like, let's get these fucking capitalists. Let's round these capitalists up. Let's fucking purge these goddamn capitalists. Let's fucking go. Right? But I don't know that I can support that idea by policy. Monsieur writes, Xi spoke of being a student in the Cultural Revolution. He says they went to a village, told everyone to do things this way, that way, all totally wrong. He returned, and he and his fellows learned together to put things right with the villagers. Yeah, I mean, the Cultural Revolution, I understand why the Cultural Revolution happened. Like, with Mao Zedong, like, the man spent his whole life fighting a revolutionary war. And then right at the end of his life, he's essentially being told, you've got to bend the knee to capitalists. It's not difficult to see why he would not want to do that. Like that's why I don't disrespect Mao Zedong for doing it. And that's why I don't respect the students, because it was really a student group, student led protest movement. That's how it started. Like, I don't disrespect these guys. Like, Mao Zedong fought his whole life. He experienced the century of humiliation. He saw firsthand what capitalists can do. He understood, as clearer than me, for sure, clearer than us, for sure. He saw firsthand what capitalists can do and what they will do. He fought his whole fucking life, his entire life. Like, I don't think we can understand that. You know? Like, I think that we can imagine it. I think that we can technically kind of grab hold of it. I think that we can have empathy for it, but we can never understand that. He fought literally his entire life against capitalist imperialists. He sent men to die. He killed men. And right at the end of his life, the guy's in his 60s, his party and his culture starts talking about surrendering to capitalists, bending the knee, negotiating, joining forces with. Yeah. I completely understand that idea. And moreover, I think the people of China did too. I think Deng Xiaoping did. I think the communists did. The citizens did. Because at the end of the day, people loved Mao Zedong. And if they didn't love him, they respected him. That they understood that the sacrifice that he made for them. They understood what he had done. And if the payment for that was at the end of his life to endure this cultural revolution, then they would. And it really must have broken his heart. It really must have broken his heart. And he knew. He knew. And you think of the fear, the anger, the uncertainty, the bitter hatred. The bitter hatred of understanding or fearing that everything he did was for nothing. That he was going to die and the capitalists were going to come in and it was going to be the century of humiliation all over again. And his entire life's work of sacrifice would be for nothing. And that he was going to have to trust the people who were saying we should negotiate. And he would have to trust that men like Deng Xiaoping would not betray him and betray the people of China. How far can that trust take you? How far are you willing to go with that? And at the end of the day, and this is why it's so beautiful, and it is a beautiful story, Deng Xiaoping did not betray Mao. That he said, we must uphold Mao Zedong thought. And he did that while also negotiating a peace deal with the very people Mao Zedong fought his entire life against. And look at them now. Look where they are. Modern day China is living the legacy of Mao Zedong. Without Mao, China does not look like it does today. Period. It's an incredible story. One of the most incredible stories in human history. Wow. Yeah. Riggs D writes, this begs the question, why don't these left comms ever consider the human psychology toll of what they do? Yeah, there's just a lot of reading Marx and then like taking a snapshot of what's going on and then applying it and pretending like if you come from a society that's heavily entrenched in religious thinking, then you treat Marx like a religion. And that's what a lot of people do, right? That Marx is a religious doctrine to be adhered to, as opposed to a tool to help you navigate, right? If you're having a storm, you should respect the storm. That's a beautiful phrase, actually. That's a really good way to put it. Like you cannot expect the storm to adhere to your doctrine. The storm's not operating the way it says it should in my book. The storm should change. That's most Western Marxists. The storm's not going to change. If your book is worth a good goddamn, it will help you navigate that storm. Garden State writes, is it fair to compare China to the USSR? I've heard some say China is the USSR, but better. I think the comparisons are fair. I think that you have to respect, like the USSR is like the first crack at it, and boy, howdy, dude. Like, one of the things that I think the Chinese kind of had going for them is that, like, Chinese society was already a lot more developed. Like, the Qing dynasty is serious. Like there's no fucking around there. Like Chinese culture was fairly robust and fairly developed already. Russian society way less so. Way less so. So I think that's kind of the foundation of it. You know, that there's just cultural norms that exist in China that don't exist in Russia. And I think that shows. Garden State continues, China's growth without physical intervention in other nations is incredible. Yeah. Yeah, it is, dude. Like, China did like a judo throw, dude. Like, it really was. Like, what China did is they fundamentally pit their understanding of economics, which is Marxist theory of economics, against the American theory of economics, which is the profit motive. Right? That the American idea of economics was make as much money as you can, profit motive, and the Chinese understanding of economics was the ownership of the means of production. And so when the Americans were talking about shipping their factories into China, the Americans were seeing profits following their economic ideas, And the Chinese were seeing the means of production coming into their country. Like, if you want the clearest example of two ideas being confronted in reality and one just absolutely shit kicking the other one, you got it. Marxism works. It's real. The center of power in the country is who owns the means of production. And it's just as undeniable as it gets. You cannot believe anything else. You might as well be walking around saying the earth is flat and phrenology is real. Like, if you don't own the means of production, you don't own shit. You got numbers on a screen and paper in your pocket, and that's all you got. Well, guess what? The Chinese own the means of production. That the capitalists shipped them over, and the ones they can't appropriate, the ones they can't just take, they build their own version. And because their model isn't based on capitalist principles, they know that the capitalist one will eventually collapse, and what will remain? So it's just absolutely like one of the great judo throws of history. Just absolutely just like whoop, over the shoulder. Totally fucking owned. And yeah, it came at a cost. Right? But the Chinese people were literally fighting a war before that. So going to work in some factories, yeah, it sucks. But we were literally shooting people before. You know, this is the path to peace and prosperity. And it fucking worked. Like, it fucking worked. And I respect why people don't want to believe it. Because you live in a very cynical world. You live in a world that is just loaded with this capitalist ideology and this capitalist cultural mindset. Where everyone is just a greedy asshole trying to destroy one another. You just can't believe that there's an institution that's actually like, yeah, but like people shouldn't be poor. You just can't believe it. Well, there it is. And it's going to get more obvious. Like, unless the whole thing goes ultra fascist all of a sudden, somehow, I don't know how, but unless it does that, like, it's just going to get really obvious. Like, really, really fast. Like, one of the big things that I keep thinking about is, like, what's going to happen? Like, for the last 200 years, it's been America that's been driving the technology, right? The new trend has always come out of America, right? It's always been, this is the next thing, and this is the next thing. And this, with small adjustments, like the space race, for example, is a kind of an adjustment of that. But, like, everybody else has more or less been playing catch up. And of course, America goes and destroys places to make sure that they can't catch up. But that's been the arrangement. It's been the West that's been driving the trend forward. China is going to start driving the trend. China is going to start introducing stuff that America's not even doing. And it's just going to be like, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. And it's America that's going to be playing catch up. And they're not going to be able to catch up because their model is based on lugging around this worthless parasite. So they won't be able to catch up. Like, that's when I think people's brains are really going to fucking break. Like right now, there's a lot of like, shakiness, and there's a lot of like, you just fucking wait, dude. Until the Chinese start introducing stuff that it's like, Jesus Christ, we didn't even think of doing that. And we're looking at it, we're like, oh my God, we need to start developing that right now. And by the time you get to where they were, they're 20 steps ahead of you. They're way down the road already. Because the entire time you're just pulling this fucking worthless guy who's just whipping you, being like, go faster! Go faster! Like, that's when brains are really gonna fucking break. Like, these white supremacists are going to watch Asians dominate the tech market completely and take humanity down corridors these white supremacists didn't even think of. And it's going to break their fucking brains. Like, it's going to be very serious, I think. New say drone pilot. I think I know why all these weirdos came here tonight. It's because their daddy Destiny is going to jail. They have nowhere else to go. Dude, that's funny. Can you imagine if I get like a big influx of Destiny stands? Jesus Christ. I'll just have to have my finger on the trigger, just ban these people as fast as possible. Destiny's not going to jail, but like he's caught up in a scandal. Yeah, why not end the stream with some Destiny gossip? So, what happened? Destiny was sleeping around with some of his followers, as one does, and he was recording. He was recording their sexual misadventures with one another, with their consent. So recording the sex, okay, as one does. Sure, grooming, right, all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, Destiny's kind of a creep, so one sort of expects this, right? And like, let me be perfectly clear. I don't care if people want to have sex with one another. If Destiny wants to have sex with some of his followers, okay. Like, it doesn't bother me even a little bit, okay? But then what he did is he took the sex tape that he made, right? And he just started showing it to people, right? So he makes a sex tape with somebody, makes a recording on his phone or something, and then he starts showing it to people without their consent. And so this gets back around to the people of whom's video he's showing, right? This gets back around to them. And so now they're suing. Right? They didn't consent to that. You're just showing a sex tape that the two of you made together to random people? Nah, bro. Nah. And I'm not exactly sure what specific law is being violated. I just know that there's a law being violated for sure. Like, that is a massive, major breach of trust. That is a massive violation of consent. Like, it's just not at all cool at all. Like, not cool at all. So this is what's going on with Destiny. He's not going to go to jail, right? They'll likely just settle it. But like, big surprise. He's like Vosh, right? Like, these guys are just sex pests. Like, I understand like having like a sexual appetite and wanting to be a sexual creature. That's cool. But like, consent exists, you know. Like that to me is the big fucking line. It's like the Louis C.K. story, right? Like, the narrative gets out there in the world that it's like, well, he asked if he could do it and they said no, and so he didn't. What's the problem? But then you actually look at the story and you're like, no, dude, there were times where he was just whipping his cock out and just jerking it in front of people. And they were just like, so like, get the fuck out of here. Like, not cool at all. Louis C.K. deserved to lose $35 million. I'm glad he did. Right? So, that's the story. And with that, a happy ending. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just be the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.